waste.
2036.
Thank you, intake.
DJ's gonna rock your ass.
You have to know what's going on. My haters move from figurehead to figurehead. They move from symbol to symbol, and I destroy each and every symbol one by one. And it looks like most recently, the symbol is irrelevant. 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 Irrelevant.
Rock your ass.
The shit he talks about me, he wouldn't fucking dare if he went face to face with me. He wouldn't fucking dare. He wouldn't fucking dare. And I see the fear on people's faces. I see the fear on their fucking faces and the weakness in their fucking heart. All of you who showed me sympathy misunderstood me when I opened up to you. You think I would ever make myself vulnerable to you? I'm not ashamed of anything I've said. I'm not ashamed of anything I do on the fucking internet. It's all out there because I meant it for it to all be out there. You think it makes me weak? No, it makes me strong. The difference between me and every other fucking streamer who goes on stream and starts fucking crying about their fucking problems is that I insist upon the fact, and I will make evident the fact, and I will make real the fact that humanity is a mighty force to be reckoned with. Yeah, I'm human. Yeah, I'm human. But you missed the part that I can back it up with teeth too. I'm not just human. I'm not just vulnerable, crying about my feelings. I do have feeling. I have the feeling of crushing my enemies in the palm of my fucking hands. That's my feeling. Thank you, Black Lenin. You gravely miscalculated me if you thought me talking about what's on my mind is some kind of, oh, Haas is being sensitive. Haas is being vulnerable. I'm a fucking fighter. I fight every problem I see. If there's a fucking problem, if there's some fucking beef, it's getting squashed. One way or another. But I have problems between myself and God. Between myself and God is my fucking witness. I have problems. You think I'm crying out for help from you? I'm putting it all out there. I'm putting it all out there. Because it's only between me and God as my witness. Just us two. Just us two. Please show me a single human fucking being that I won't crush in the palm of my fucking hands. And Ahrelevant, despite breaking Twitch's fucking TOS, he needs to get on his fucking knees every day and pray to Twitch TOS. Because if I was not bound by those fucking rules, I would make him regret getting up in fucking bed in the morning every day. I would make him regret ever finding out who the fuck I was. You don't think I can get in people's head and get under their fucking skin? I see every single fucking weakness. I see every fucking point of vulnerability in the eyes of my fucking enemy and in the face of my fucking enemy. I see their weakness. I see the weakness of my fucking haters, and they don't fucking stand a chance. You think I'm asking you for mercy? Don't show me mercy. Don't you dare show me any fucking mercy, because I will show you none. Don't you show me any fucking mercy. But if you want to come at me, preventing what's inside of my heart, you want to come at me for that? then be prepared for me to come at you. I'm not asking for mercy. I'm not asking for mercy. I'm not asking for mercy. I'm bound by Twitch's TOS. You and your chat violating Twitch's TOS, making it an unfair battle. Trust me, I wish there was no TOS. Trust me, Ahrelevant, I wish there was none. Trust me, Ahrelevant, I wish there was none. Trust me, Ahrelevant, there's nothing more than I'd like for everyone to show all the cards they have on the fucking table. Some girls reach out to me and DM me. Some girls go in other chats defending me. I don't need you to fucking defend me. You think I made myself vulnerable to you? You think I'm vulnerable and need you to protect me? You don't fucking know who I am. You don't know who I am. I am a force of wrath. I am a force almost of evil. This much separates me from evil. This much. I am ruthless. I will show my fucking enemies no mercy. No fucking mercy. I have no sympathy in my heart for them. I will crush them when they are down. I put everything out there because I have the fullest. Thank you. Appreciate you. Putting it in the war chest. You've gravely mistaken. I kick my fucking enemies when they're down. So I don't expect anyone to treat me differently. Just be ready for my retaliation. Just be ready for the fucking retaliation, is all I'm saying. You think I put myself out on camera without the fullest expectation that my enemies will not hold back in attacking me? I know they'll attack me. I know they'll attack me. You don't understand how I'm seeing it, where I'm seeing it. You really don't fucking understand. You think I'm crying out for help from you? It's between me and God as my witness. And you, the chat, are allowed to see. You're allowed to see. Because I'm announcing it to the world. Oh, Haz is in a vulnerable moment. Why should I feel bad for him? You think I'm asking you to feel bad for me? I'm rubbing my fucking cock on your face. My balls on your face. And you think I'm asking you to feel bad for me. You think I'm asking you to feel bad for me. You have gravely miscalculated the situation. You have gravely miscalculated what you're looking at. If that's what you fucking think. You've gravely miscalculated. Gravely miscalculated, if that's what you fucking think. I vent from a position of power. Because I do have power. I do have power. And you want to know why I have power? Because I have no fear. I genuinely have no fucking fear. The people I fucking bullied in high school have now gone on Twitch talking shit upon me. Excellent. 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 But I'm gonna expose this fucking guy as someone who talks out of their fucking ass and is lying to everyone. Lying to everyone. I don't feel bad for my fucking enemies. Think I feel bad for any of them? How I make them... You know Twitch isn't a fair platform, right? You know that he can go violate TOS and I'm held back. Because we're held to a different standard. When he gets reported, nothing happens to him. Nothing. When I get reported for showing nothing, because no one died in the fucking documentary, by the way. He was injured, and you didn't see any gore or extreme injury. You just saw afterwards he was interviewed. I was immediately banned for that for 30 fucking days. And Ahrelevant directly breaks Twitch's TOS, and nothing fucking happens to him. If I could violate Twitch TOS like Ahrelevant does, I don't know how far I would take it. But let me just tell you, Ahrelevant wouldn't be streaming anymore. He would not stream anymore. He would never want to stream for the rest of his fucking life after getting the judgment from me, the true, authentic, and real judgment of who Ahrelevant is. I see the weakness of their soul on their fucking face. I see every little fucking weakness on their face. And me, if you think you can read me, and you know what really, really does get to me, you've just miscalculated. Thank you, Tactile. He said he's confident he can make you cry. Then do it. Do it. Do it, Ahrelevant. Go full 100 and I'll go full 100. We'll do it off stream. We'll do it off stream. And we won't tell anyone. Just me and you. Just me and you will see who can make who cry. And you don't record it and I don't record it. And we say whatever we want to each other. And we'll see who breaks first. We'll see who breaks first. I'm willing to do that, Ahrelevant. You want to do that? You want to see who can make who cry first? He said he could if he wanted to, but it's beneath him. All he can fucking do is bluff because he has nothing. Because he has nothing. Because I'll tell you what Ahrelevant thinks. Ahrelevant thinks that if he calls me a virgin, it'll get to me. And he thinks this is all about people calling me a virgin. And that's what this is all about. And what else? That I'm short? I am short. I'm 5'9". My 5'9", and even if he's 6'3", my 5'9" will strike terror in the heart of his 6'3". I guarantee you that, and I promise you that. It happens every fucking day. The Ahrelevants of the world bow to me in person. They fucking bow to me. They fucking bow to me. Like the fucking animals in the Lion King bow to the lions. The Ahrelevants bow to me. The giraffe bows to the lion. The hyena bows to the lion. That every animal bows to the lion, no matter how big. My 5'9" versus his 6 whatever, I don't fucking care. Yes, I'm short. I'm short. And I'm standing by it. I'm standing by it, Ahrelevant. I will fucking meet up with you and we'll see if it makes a difference. Anytime you want, if you want. We can schedule it. Choose, I'll fly out to you. I will come to you if you want. I'll come to you. If you want to meet up somewhere in your state, I'll meet up with you in person. I'm ready to do it tomorrow. I'm ready to do it tomorrow. Give me the details where to meet. In a week I'll go. In a week I'll fly out. Because I want to see if you can maintain it in person. I know you can't. I know you can't. He has two things that he thinks get to me. That Hans is a virgin, and that Hans is short. Keep calling me virgin. Keep calling me virgin. He thinks calling me a virgin is what gets to me. It's not the fact that Zerka's chat had the intention of coming at me from a hostile place as a political actor with malice, and it's about the intention. No, it's about what they called me. If they called me the R word, it would be the same. If they called me, he doesn't know what he's talking about, it would be the same. It doesn't matter what they call me. It's the intention behind what they call me. That's why on the panel, people call me a virgin all the fucking time, and I don't care. Because I know the intention. Right? But I'm glad he thinks he thinks he knows my kryptonite. Because Ahrelevant, use the kryptonite. Just use it. Please use your kryptonite. And see what happens. Please use your kryptonite. What you think is my kryptonite. Use it. See how effective it is. See how effective it is. See how effective it is. Give me your best. Your best. Just make sure that it's offline so I can give my best too. You have no idea. You have no fucking idea. I'm a hunter. I'm a fucking hunter. When I see a fucking gazelle, I get really excited. I get really fucking energized and in the fucking moment. And Ahrelevant looks like a fucking gazelle to me right now. Talks fucking shit about me. He will never confront me. He will never say it. Forget about in person. He won't say it in a fucking call with me. He won't say it in a fucking call with me. Every single fucking thing he made up, I'm gonna expose. Every single fucking thing he made up. Every single fucking thing he made up, I'm about to fucking expose. If the whole chat is turning against me, give me a second. I got 5 guys on the way. I got a burger on the way. Listen. You seem awfully sensitive for an alpha male, Haz. I test my manhood out in the open. If you want to test my alpha status, test it. Just test it. I'm putting it all out there for you to test. So get in my fucking VC and see what kind of man I am compared to you. You think a real man doesn't speak what's in his heart? A real man speaks what's in his heart, but also defends it and backs it up with their strength. That's what you're fucking missing. Back everything up. Why do you care so much? It seems like you're insecure. Because I will not rest. I will deprive myself of sleep, food, shelter, everything, if it means seeing all of my enemies submit. And my enemies congregate in symbols and communities. So first, right, when I first came on, you had Vosh, all the bread tube type of fucking people, and then the Kevin Logan guy. Remember him? Then they move from the Discord shit, and they move to Twitter, and now they're in Ahrelevant. And now Ahrelevant's on my fucking radar, and I can't seem to get off track. I can't help but focus on seeing Ahrelevant as my enemy right now. He has my attention. He's in the worst fucking position in the world to be in right now. The worst fucking position to be in. The worst fucking position to be in is to have this kind of attention from me. Trust me. Yes, he's gonna come talk. First, we're gonna cover Ahrelevant. And then he's gonna come on.
Based.
Infra 8 SUNGORILLA.
And look at what Ahrelevant, the strong man, hold on. So listen. Ahrelevant, irrelevant. Let me give you some background on this guy. He's been on Twitch for years and years and years. He's a failed streamer. He's not very smart. He doesn't have original content. All he does is put out shit and garbage because he leeches off of others. But he's especially obsessed with me. And you want to know why I love the fact that Ahrelevant is on the fucking internet? Because I'm so used to my fucking haters being anonymous and hiding behind these screen names. And they have this pent up, seething hatred of me. And I get to look at what my hater looks like and acts like and sounds like. I love it like Khabib loved it when he beat McGregor, but still had to jump out of the fucking ring because it wasn't enough for him. That's how much I love it. That's how much I fucking love it. You understand? I still won, and you'd think I would just look at Ahrelevant. I won. Simple as that. I won. You just look at him. I won. The debate is over, right? But just like Khabib won and he beat McGregor, it's not enough for me. It's not fucking enough for me. It's not enough for me to win. I need my enemy to be absolutely destroyed. It's not enough for me just to win. Let's continue.
No, not okay, dude.
I'm irrelevant. I'm irrelevant. I was bullied in school. I'm a nerd. Chad, is that a real laugh or a fake laugh? Which one? Is that a real laugh or a fucking fake cope laugh? Which one? Which one? Which one, huh? You think that's a real laugh or you think it's a fake laugh? Which one? Which one?
Dude, I can't. Right,
I can't. Hold on. I'm gonna go to the door. Okay, let's go.
People are right, dude. Maybe I should start speculating about people's mental well-being. I can't, dude. I can't.
Maybe I should speculate on people's mental well-being. So he's allowed to do this on Twitch. You know, guess what I want to say about Irrelevant. Don't guess, because it's not allowed. But you can see how he breaks the rules of Twitch's TOS and hides behind it so that I can't, because I'm held to a different fucking standard. That's okay, Irrelevant. We can settle this offline. I'm willing to settle it offline.
I can't with this shit, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't know why people even try it with me. I really don't. I'm really happy about one thing though.
And look at this other guy. Lol cow. The reason I'm so obsessed with you is because you're a lol cow. You're a lol cow. That's why I'm obsessed with you. It's totally not because I'm a jealous, seething hater, bitch. It's because you're a lol cow. Come lol cow to me. Come lol cow to me. Or I'll come to you if you want. We can arrange it. See who's the lol cow in person. See who's lol cow in person. Stupid bitch. Fuck out of my chat.
His tweets are finally showing up inside of my notifications. I have no idea what the fuck was happening before, but I'm really happy that, like, it's now showing up inside of my shit. Really happy about that. Really happy about that. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, they really speak for themselves.
Yeah, it does speak for itself. Because that's all you can really fucking do, Irrelevant. You can only just hope that you can maintain your position and allow it to speak for yourself. You never actually have skin in the game to prove your position yourself. You can just hope that if you hide behind Vosh and Destiny and all these other fucking streamers and perspective philosophy and fucking pseudo-intellectual rem, that, okay, most people agree with me. Oh my god, Infrared's rising? He's rising so fast? Oh my god, I'm scared. Why is he rising so Guys, we're still on the same page, right? We still agree that, like, you know, like I'm in the clear, right? I could just hide behind the authority of others and we're all going to be fine, right? But wait until you're not going to be able to do that, Irrelevant. Wait until I turn the fucking tides and what you consider normal and the authorities you fucking hide behind aren't the authorities anymore. What are you going to do when I'm the fucking authority, huh, Irrelevant? What are you going to do when I'm bigger than all of these fucking people and your consensus breaks and collapses? What are you going to fucking do then, huh? You're gonna be a little chipmunk and scurry away behind a little tree. I see you, though. You're not hiding behind the tree. I still see you, Irrelevant. I see you. I see you, and I'm hungry. I am a hungry tiger, and I could use a snack. I really could.
And imagine being openly or even secretly jealous of another man, like seething with hatred and foaming at the mouth. Really?
Really? That's why I cover you every day. Really? And he's a genocide denier. He denies the genocide. Irrelevant, by the way, is a white supremacist neo-Nazi because he denies the white genocide. Because if you spin the narrative that critical race theory or whatever the fuck, decolonial theory and Black Lives Matter and all this stuff that's going on, if you spin the narrative that that's white genocide, right, all it takes is to spin a narrative. And if he denies white genocide, that means he's a genocide denier and he's an evil piece of shit. By the way, guys, because that's the standard, right? You just call things a cultural genocide or a genocide, and if you reject the narrative based on the events, that's it. Fucking loser. Yikes, he's a genocide denier, or he's a neo-Nazi. One or the other. Either Irrelevant is a genocide denier, or he's a neo-Nazi who, as a consequence, denies the Holocaust. Because that's what neo-Nazis do, right? That's what people who peddle the white genocide idea do. They deny the Holocaust by consequence. So either he's worse than a cultural genocide denier, he's an actual genocide denier. According to his own logic.
Do we want to watch his Hassan coverage? Watch
the fucking coverage. When was I seething and hating foaming at the mouth at Hassan's success? Didn't I say Hassan's a good-looking guy? Didn't I say that I appreciate the fact that he's also wide, not just tall? Didn't I always say that I don't hate on Hassan's success? I hate on his views? When did I ever see then about Hassan? And when have I ever made it personal with Hassan, by the way? When have I made it personal like you make it personal, huh? But regardless, if Hassan challenged me on anything I've ever fucking said, even if I was sleeping, I would wake up because he's that big in terms of his influence. I would literally just immediately go on and defend myself. I would never run away like a fucking pussy, right? Like you've run away. That's the difference between you and me. And I've never... When do I talk about Hassan, huh? Barely ever, especially now. I milked the fucking house shit, and then it was over. But you keep covering me. And you know how I know this guy's a fucking loser? He covers me, and I'm the original thing. Why would you watch his React stream? The biggest fucking compliment you could do is be a React Andy to me. I'm the fucking big man here. I'm the fucking alpha here. I'm the fucking big monkey here. He literally has to react to my breadcrumbs. He has to fucking react to my breadcrumbs. Right?
Do we want to watch him coping with being 5'9"?
Do we want to watch him coping about being 5'9"? Irrelevant. When did I ever need to cope? I literally said that I am short. I always say that I'm short. I always call myself short despite 5'9" being average. But here's the thing, Ahrelevant. Is he really 5'10"? Here's the thing, Ahrelevant. I don't care. He could be 6'3" for all I fucking care. It won't make a difference in real life. Because yes, mass and wideness matters. Now, how much do you think Ahrelevant weighs? How much do you think he weighs? At most, this guy weighs 190. At most he weighs, the most he could weigh is 10 more pounds than me. Being generous, right? I'm 180. That's my mass. And I guarantee you I'm wider than him. I guarantee you that every index of strength and bigness, I will cancel him out. Is that a cope? Is that really a cope, or is that a fucking fact? Do I need to cope about that? Well, the only way to test it is to meet in person and see. And I'm willing to do that, actually. So if I'm coping, why am I willing to meet in person with you? To see if you wouldn't fear me in person. I would love to see if you fear me in person. And if I'm coping, then you won't, right? And if you do fear me in person, which you will fear me in person, the minute you fucking see me from a mile away, you'll start fucking getting scared. Then it turns out I wasn't coping. Right?
Or was he 5'8"? Do we want to see him coping there?
What's a bigger cope than just taking my height and subtracting an inch? Who fucking cares? He literally can't even admit my height. He just has to subtract an inch. Okay, have that inch. Even if you take your inch, I'm still a bigger man than you'll ever be in your fucking life. Physically and spiritually. But also physically. Also fucking physically. How the fuck does anyone like infrared? Well, you'll never find out because I just banned your bitch ass. Now go back to your fucking irrelevant fucking loser stream.
And doing a whole stream on why it's not about being short, it's about being wide.
So Ahrelevant, what does that have to do with being jealous of another man? Because I literally said that Hassan is wide. I said he is wide. He's not just a talloid like you. He's also wide. So what are you talking about? He's not tall and skinny like you. He's also wide. So what does that have to do with my fucking point? In person, Hassan wins. I never denied that. In person, Hassan does win. He literally does. He objectively wins in person. He's wider than me, probably, and he's taller, so he wins. Physically speaking, he wins. I've never denied that. But with you, Ahrelevant, I am going to insist upon the fact that I win in person, physically. Physically speaking, I win, Ahrelevant, and I am going to stick with that.
My Discord, not yours. Like, listen. You feel your manhood is threatened, alright?
If my manhood is threatened, then test it. All you do is talk. All you do is talk. If you want to speak about my manhood or my manhood being threatened, then test it, right? Test if my manhood is threatened. Just test it. All you do is talk behind your fucking stream. I'm willing to meet you in person. We'll see whose manhood is threatened.
By me covering your content.
By me covering your content. No, by you talking shit about me that you're not prepared to defend in an open confrontation. That's the difference, Ahrelevant. You made a fucking enemy of me and you got my fucking attention. That's the difference, Ahrelevant. You got my fucking attention in the worst fucking way possible.
That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. All I'm saying, dude, like...
And now I'm challenging your manhood, Ahrelevant. Actually, I'm challenging your manhood. Chat, if Ahrelevant doesn't own up to my challenge, what happens to his manhood? Does he still have his manhood, or did I take his manhood? One's in the chat if I took his manhood if he doesn't accept my challenge. One's in the chat if I took his manhood. Ahrelevant, look at this chat. Look at this chat, Ahrelevant. No matter how much you're coping in your chat, and your chat gives you comfort, mine will always be fucking bigger. Remember, Ahrelevant, more people think that I'm right than they think you're right. Never forget that, Ahrelevant. I want you to never ever fucking forget that, Ahrelevant. You never fucking forget who's really winning here. You never fucking forget who the real authority here is. Because remember, Ahrelevant, you wouldn't hide behind the fucking authority of all these fucking streamers were it not for the fact that they have clout and popularity. And between you and me, Ahrelevant, I have way more clout. I just fucking passed you on Twitter. I fucking have more Twitter followers than you. I didn't even start posting on Twitter until a few months ago to grow it. And now I'm doing Instagram. Let's see Ahrelevant. He joined Twitter February 2018. I joined Twitter February 2021, and I only started posting on it a few months ago, and I already surpassed him in Twitter followers. And he wants to hide behind others' clout and others' authority. And what does he have to show for it? I have more authority than him, so he has to submit to me by his own definition. By his own standard, he has to submit to me. Unless you're trying to tell me right now that Ahrelevant isn't hiding behind the authority of all these streamers because of their clout, but because of the merit of what they're saying. Well, if that's true, he can put into his own words what that merit actually is. He can actually describe to us why they're right and I'm wrong in his own fucking words. He won't just sit his fucking lazy ass on stream and go, but did you see like what Mosh said? And it's like what Destiny said, and you know, it's like what the Reddit said. And just look at the Reddit and what they said. You'd be able to put it in your own fucking words. You won't debate me about a subject that you're using to justify your harassment and vitriol against me, but you won't debate about it yourself. So why are you using it as the point of your justification? We'll get to that. Because Haas is bad faith. It's not like I'm being the one who's bad faith. Haas is the one who's bad faith, right? You don't even fucking know what bad fucking faith means. Bad faith means you are trying to understand where the other person is coming from. Or you're not understanding where the other person is coming from. That's bad faith. Good faith means I'm going to take you based on what you're saying and treat you with the assumption, with a charitable assumption, that it is somehow meaningful. Even if I can't verify everything, I'm just going to assume you're saying what you're saying for a reason. That is what good faith means. You are the one who's fucking bad faith because you do not afford me the charity of meaning that despite not knowing what I'm saying, You're not granting me the assumption that it is meaningful or backed by some kind of knowledge. And when you don't know this for certain yourself and can't verify it yourself, you have to be charitable. Only if you know the subject matter that I'm talking about can you judge the level of my knowledge and the level of my reasoning. If you don't know shit and you're uneducated, and you literally have the fucking mind of a 5-year-old when it comes to these topics, you shut your fucking mouth and you give me that charity. Otherwise, you look fucking stupid when I expose you and disprove everything you say.
This clearly has to be a character. Like, this is gonna be like...
This has to be a character. And me, like, dude, I don't know. I'm irrelevant. I'm not a character, man. It's not like all my mannerisms and gestures, and I didn't get all this from like movies and trying to act cool and normal. Like, I'm completely authentic, okay? I hide behind other streamers. I can't put it into my own words. Like, dude, I'm irrelevant, okay? I don't know anything, but Destiny said some stuff, and Boss said some stuff, and he has a PhD, and I'm pretty sure. I'm so authentic, irrelevant. I'm so authentic. Shut the fuck up, fucking liar.
Like a big-ass YouTube video later. This is all a joke.
You should be a character, Ahrelevant. I have a good character for you. Harry Potter! You would be a great Harry Potter. So why don't you be that character, right? I'm just gonna use you. Looks like you have to cast a lot of fucking spells, because it really requires magic for you to justify the shit you fucking say about me. Expelliarmus has! Expelliarmus! Abracadabra!
All a meme. It's gonna be a big ass YouTube video. He's like, by the way, I was never this weird. Because it's hard to believe that they're...
Look at him. He's literally like Harry Potter under the staircase. He's in the darkness under the fucking staircase like Harry Potter. If I sit in my journal and talk shit about the mean has, one day I will be respected. I'll be irrelevant. He's literally sitting under that fucking staircase in his little diary in the darkness, talking shit. And I'm outside his fucking house. Harry fucking Potter, come outside! No! Oh. No! I will never come outside. I'm going to stay under the stairs. I'm going to stay under the stairs and never come out. How is it so mean and toxic? He denies the cultural genocide. If people claim there's a cultural genocide, I must accept that it is true. And leaked Chinese documents which can't be verified and which were proven by Chinese speakers and writers to be forgeries are evidence of a cultural genocide. Shut the fuck up, Harry Potter. And Harry Potter was always a fucking pussy. You ever realize how Harry Potter was a fucking pussy? They made him the hero of that fucking movie, and the whole time he was a fucking bitch. He was a fucking pussy. He's just a fucking little boy that never fucking grew up. That's what Harry Potter was, and they made him the hero of that fucking movie. They made him the hero of that fucking movie, and he was a pussy. He was a hairy pussy. That's what Harry Potter was. They made him the hero of the movie, and what does he teach children? To be a fucking whining pussy bitch? Weren't you whining? No, I wasn't whining. I was justifying why I left the call because people wanted to know why. Every fucking thing I say is backed up by concrete action. Unlike Ahrelevant, I never, ever, ever whine or bitch to no avail. There is always a concrete outcome and concrete action that it implies. And yesterday, or 2 days ago, it was that I'm going to stop going on the Royales for the foreseeable future and go my own way. That was the announcement. And I had to justify that to people because people have come to expect of me that being there and doing that kind of shit. So I was explaining to them why we're changing direction and changing course. I wasn't whining. I wasn't just bitching and complaining. I was explaining my reasoning so chat could understand why. Simple as that. But Ahrelevant, he fucking, with his high-pitched voice, he covers my VODs because he won't actually fucking confront me in a fucking call. He goes, with his fucking hand gestures and shit. You ever notice how Ahrelevant? No, let me be honest. Right. Let's be honest. Let's not take it too far. But it reminds me of a certain animal. Well, what's an animal that has its hands like this in a corner, like scurrying around underground, and it goes into a little corner, and it just does this kind of thing, right? Ahrelevant, he looks like he's in a little fucking tunnel. He looks like he's in a tunnel, and he's at the end of the tunnel, there's a little light here, and he has to scurry to the end of this fucking tunnel, because if he goes outside into the light of fucking day, that's where all the predators are going to be waiting. That's where all the predators are going to be, right? Right? Perspective philosophy had a PhD and he disagreed with Haas. That means Haas is wrong, despite Haas being able to justify why the academic consensus about Hegel is fucking bullshit in countries like the UK and fucking Anglo-Saxon and universities and academia. So full of fucking shit. So full of fucking shit. I'm Ahrelevant. And the reason... And like, why were you mad when they called you a virgin? He keeps lying to his chat and telling his chat that the reason that I got upset was because I was called a virgin and not because I could detect the intention behind the spam and the fucking hate. Because you, chat, need to understand something, right? You need to fucking understand something. I do not see chatters like you see them. I don't look at what chatters are saying and give a shit about that. I care about intention and meaning. And I have a strict friend-enemy distinction, right? And there's some ambiguity in between, but I always detect what is the source of this hate? Where is it coming from? And I see that's why it freaked me out in Zerka's chat. Like, why are these people all against me right now? What did I fucking do wrong? But now I know, because I watched Ahrelevant's VOD. Let me give you the fucking biggest bombshell. Clip this if you want to. Those chatters, not all, but most of them came from Ahrelevant's chat. In fucking Ahrelevant's chat, you literally had those names, like Absent Bird, whatever the fuck his name is. I was the one spamming Ahrelevant. Master, did I serve you well? And it was them. They were the ones fucking doing it. And now everything makes sense to me. Now I'm not upset or mad about it anymore because I know where the source was coming from, and it was coming from Ahrelevant. So I don't care if Ahrelevant, I know Ahrelevant's people call me a virgin, all that shit, but I know the intention now. The intention is the fact that they are politically butthurt about me. And they'll say anything. They have a political agenda to smear me. Okay? Because no one does it so persistently and so adamantly to have an intention to be malicious toward me if they're not coming from that. You guys don't understand. You guys just think that I'm freaking out at bad comments from the chat because you don't understand information war. You don't understand how it's not about what they're saying. It's about the intention behind it and what it means in the info war. I don't care what they call me. I care about the intention and the meaning behind the intention. And translated into my fucking head, what it means is, we want to destroy you. We want to destroy you. We want to destroy you. Bring infrared down. Bring down MLs. We hate MLs. You're a fucking loser. You're nothing. I want you erased and gone from the internet. I don't see you are a virgin. You are a virgin. That means nothing to me. It's just even if they called me, you're an idiot, you're stupid, it wouldn't matter. It's the intention. It's the intention behind it. It doesn't matter what they're fucking saying. Right? But Ahrelevant is still lying to his chat that this is because I was called a virgin. Here's an open challenge to Ahrelevant. Clip this. I am willing to stand by this on everything. Why is it that on the panel, Bullet calls me a virgin all the time, and I'm kind of friends with Bullet? I like Bullet, and we're really cool. We used to not like each other, but we're pretty cool now. And I never, ever got mad when she called me that. Ever. Why is that? If I am triggered by the word virgin, how come when people call me it, I don't care? How come it has to be a certain context when the chat brigades against me? And I get mixed, where is this coming from? Has Zerka's chat turned against me? Is Zerka's community against me? But now I know the truth, and it came from your community, Ahrelevant, because this is what's been happening. So, political fucking losers, the biggest nerds and fucking losers, who are my political enemies, have seen me go on Zerka's Royale, and so persistently with my charisma, with my charm, and with my humor, win over normies, because I'm actually a cooler person than they are in real life. I'm literally cooler, right? They've seen that, and they are doing everything they can to stop, because they're seething and foaming at the fucking mouth at my fucking swag. The fact that I have these e-girls DMing me, the fact that I fucking winning over these fucking people, the fact that me and Jackson are making Marxism, Leninism cool, sexy, swagger, everything. Marxism, Leninism becoming mainstream because of people like me and Jackson. And meanwhile, you have these fucking nerds. These fucking nerds who look like losers and have zero appeal whatsoever to normies. Normies who watch Aiden Ross will never fuck with Ahrelevant. Normies who watch with Aiden Ross would love Haas for Haas content. And that's a fucking fact. We are making Marxism, Leninism mainstream. And they are mad because they are politically and ideologically butthurt. And he's hiding behind you got a genocide. He has to fucking change the fucking the benchmark, and he has to call it a cultural genocide now because he knows there's no evidence of an actual genocide, so he has to call it a cultural genocide, whatever that fucking means. And just to address, so I'm gonna have Steve Estrada come on in a minute, so I'm gonna be really quick and then we'll return, right? Really quick, final nail in the coffin to Ahrelevant. One, Ahrelevant claims that I have dismissed sources based on the fact that they come from Western backgrounds. This is a fucking lie. I have not dismissed one source just because it comes from a Western background. I have persistently focused on the primary sources that these sources are deriving their information from. And when their primary sources cannot be substantiated and you start having to take their word for it, you ask the question, if you cannot find substantive primary sources, why are you making claims that are not backed up by evidence? Only then must I extrapolate that Western media has an agenda to paint a false picture of China. I never began with the presumption that Western media is lying. I looked through the actual evidence that they are using to justify their claims, and I have held them to that standard. I don't care what the source is. I care about how does the source justify coming to the conclusions that it does. I have never dismissed a source because it's Western. Ahrelevants' number one fucking cope has been that I've been dismissing sources because they're Western. There is not an iota of evidence to back up that claim. Now, am I going to trust a source just because it's Western, like Ahrelevant? No! If you make a claim, you have to justify it with evidence. Just because the source has BBC and CNN and looks legitimate doesn't mean I'm going to take it at face value. That's been my position. You don't trust sources just because the authority is Western, because Western sources are relevant, can be wrong, and have been wrong, especially about things like Iraq having WMDs. And he speaks about how he's empathetic for Uyghurs, and he is peddling a fucking war narrative that's going to lead to an outcome more disastrous than the fucking Iraq war, where 1 million fucking people died, whose blood is on people like Ahrelevants' hand, who just believe media vitriol, slander, and lies to demonize countries that it's in America's interest to attack. Yeah, the de-radicalization program in Germany after World War II is cultural genocide. The fucking schools that they have in Europe that are way worse, that are for immigrants to culturally assimilate them, those are cultural genocide. And as a matter of fact, is Ahrelevant going to deny the cultural genocide that is ongoing against minorities in the United States, which is even worse? The treatment of indigenous people by the U.S. government, the complete erasure of their culture, not only in the past, but literally in the present right now. Is he denying that genocide? And if he doesn't deny that genocide, why does he support a genocidal government, aka the U.S. government? Why does Ahrelevant not call for the dismantlement of America if he's justifying a genocidal state, huh? Because he has a Western bias. This is where Western bias becomes crucial. Not in the beginning, but at the conclusion. When Ahrelevant has to start saying, being inconsistent, we can only interpret that inconsistency on the basis of a Eurocentric, Western-centric, and American-centric worldview. If China does it, it's bad. But if America does it, you turn a fucking blind eye. That's why we're speaking about Western fucking bias, Ahrelevant. Because you're trying to fucking demonize China. Because you're an American, you have an American and Western mentality, and that is your reason. You're not doing it because there's substantive evidence. And then he also claimed that I claimed in the Destiny debate, right? I'm going to go through all the claims I remember, and then we're going to return to see. He claimed that in the Destiny debate, I said that more Americans know German. I didn't fucking say that Americans know German, Ahrelevant. I said that the German language is closer to English, and therefore when you have grave mistranslations and grammatical stupidities, it is much easier to verify whether it's true or false if it's written in German versus English. That's what I was trying to say. The Chinese script is so radically foreign and alien to the rules of grammar and language and the symbols and syntax of English, right? That when you have these documents that are being written in Chinese, in Mandarin, it is much easier to fail to verify them, their veracity, and whether it even makes sense than it would be for German. It doesn't mean more Americans know German. It has nothing to do with the proportion of Americans who know German or not. It's about the closeness of the languages. And what I was saying in the Destiny debate is that English is closer to German than it is to Chinese Mandarin, which is a self-evident fucking fact. And the whole point was, and what that entails and what that basically means is that if you saw forgeries so egregious as they leaked documents written in German, they would be easily called out because more people are able to verify the translation from English to German and vice versa. Not because more people know this, but because the languages are more similar and closer together. The cultures are more similar and closer together. What Chinese speakers were saying when they saw those documents was that they looked awkward and like they were translated from English to Mandarin. That's what they were saying. That the way that it was written didn't make any fucking sense. Like as a Chinese speaker and writer, like it seemed like it was really botched and translated from English. That's what they were saying. Now, you can deny that what they're saying is true or not, but the only people who are really going to settle this fucking matter are people who know and speak Chinese, of which there are actually many on the internet. I have people who speak it in my community who agreed with what I fucking said. So let's see it. Let's judge it on that fucking basis. Let's find fluent Chinese speakers and see what they think about these documents. Right? Hold on. I'm keeping Steven waiting. Okay, the final thing was that he said, Hans literally refused to he called definitions liberal. No, I didn't call definitions liberal. The reason why I insisted upon refusing to define the essence of fascism in a matter of a few words was because I know how Vosh debates, and he would turn around and use that definition opportunistically against me. So what I was insisting upon is not the fact that you can arrive at simple definitions and simple meanings. It's the fact that those meanings, or the form those meanings take in the form of a definition, cannot be essentialized as the fixed and eternal essence of the concept. So what that means in stupid person speak is that when you define something like fascism, your definition is always going to have limitations and cannot be made absolute to be applied in all circumstances. And then when Vosh asked me for a simplification of what fascism is, I finally gave it to him. And Ahrelevant was like, oh my God, look how long it took him to fucking give us the definition. Look how fucking long it took him to do that. Well, look what happened when I did that. When I did that, 1 second, Voidburn. When I did that, when I actually fucking did that, Vosh literally used the tactic that I just described to you. He tried to use my fucking simplification against me. Because that's what Vosh does. He assumes that concepts have a fixed essence in the form of verbal definitions or written definitions, which is so fucking beyond stupid and so utterly fucking unthinkable for people that are actually working in the sphere of linguistics and semiotics, that it's a fucking joke. Right? And then Ahrelevant, when I gave this, he's like, what does that mean? So Ahrelevant is literally the syndrome of a guy who's too confident about their own lack of knowledge and their own uninformed stupidity. So Ahrelevant is going to sit here and basically say, if I don't understand Haas because he's smarter than me and more knowledgeable than me, I'm just going to assume that it's not because I'm limited, it's because Haas isn't saying anything meaningful. And this fucking guy has the gall to talk about bad faith when by doing that, he is literally violating the most primary and fundamental part of what good faith means, which is charity. He lacks the charity to understand that he may not know, and it might just be his limitation, and maybe he should hear me out if he really wants to know what I mean, and he doesn't. Maybe he's just not educated enough to understand, because plenty of people fucking understand me. And that's a fact. Okay, I'm gonna eat for a second, and then we're gonna bring Steve on. I really shouldn't have fucking, taken this long. But I'm gonna eat really quick. Dude, the delivery guy definitely ate my fries. Definitely ate my fries. That's okay, I don't need them in. As long as he didn't eat my burger, But he ate those fries. I'll tell you, he ate those fries. They did not give me a good amount of fries, I'll tell you that. This is a triple burger. Oh man.
The DJ's gonna rock your ass.
No idea how fucking hungry I am. You have no idea how hungry I am.
The DJ's gonna rock your ass.
Oh man. Oh fuck. God damn, that felt good. Okay, I really gotta call Steve. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna call him right now. Hold on. Let me do a few things. Let me announce it on Twitter.
Based.
CPUSA 2036.
Based.
Thank you so much, Fred Wolf, Mozart. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I'm gonna do that. Let me change the title. Ahrelevant got destroyed, by the way. He got fucking destroyed. One's in the chat if it's RIP Ahrelevant. He's like, if you can't even look at him the same way anymore. Can you even look at him in the same way anymore? After what I just did? And we're not even done yet. Yeah. That's what I thought too. Can't even look at this guy in the face anymore and look at him the same way. Like, he's been on Twitch for so long just to do that. Just to embarrass himself and destroy his honor and destroy his manhood like that. Absolutely pathetic. Oh, man. There's one more thing I wanted to do. Okay, no, I'm not calling him. Yeah, dude, this is the thing, right? Ahrelevant doesn't care about Uyghurs. He doesn't care about China. He doesn't care about politics. He doesn't know anything about these things. That's the thing. Like, he's way out of his depth. But what he does want is an excuse to attack me for other reasons. And I think the reason is jealousy. I think Ahrelevant sees a guy like me better in every way, in every respect. I mean, that's a fact. Like, to the point where, like, I don't know if Ahrelevant has in a relationship, but if he's in a relationship and, you know, his girl saw me, God help him, right? It's one of those things. And I was interested in her, right? Which I doubt, you know, but that's just a fact. And it makes him really, really angry. And he's been here for so long, for years and years and years, and boo, I just pass him by like this. He's like, why did you pass me by? What am I doing wrong? And I tried to give him advice, which is do your own original content and have your own original personality. But he just hides behind what he considers the mainstream, right? If most people on political Twitch are saying there's an Uyghur cultural genocide, then he's going to take that as fact, and he's just going to trust that they know what they're talking about, right? So he doesn't care about any of those things at all. Let me take a breather because I don't want to talk to Steven in like such a fucking bad mood. But I'm so glad my enemies think that what really gets to me is calling me a virgin, because there's something I really don't mind that, you know? Now that I know the intention behind it, it's like it's cute. You know? It's cute at that point. And also, a man who is a virgin by choice is a fucking alpha male. Do you know how hard it is for a man like me to not sleep with people? Do you know how hard it would have been for me, for a guy who has my looks, has my personality, to have been a virgin in the name of their principles? Because what else is the reason at that point, right? I need you guys to understand that there's e-girls in my fucking DMs that if I put in effort, I could probably fuck them next month, right? And the more I get views, the easier it's going to be, right? That's how it is. And I ignore them. Like, why? You know what I mean? Like, okay, keep calling me a virgin. I don't care. Let's see your DMs compared to mine, you know? Let's compare DMs. I want to compare my DMs to Ahrelevants' DMs, right? I mean, what? That's gonna bother me? It's like the facts show otherwise, right? Yeah. So let me call Steven. He's having some mic issues. He's fixing it.
Based.
Thank you, Tuna. Appreciate you.
Hey, Oz, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, Steven?
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Good. How are you? Do you want to cam up, or it's up to you?
Yeah, sure.
All right, yeah. Let me get it on the Discord. Thank you, Vermillion. Appreciate you. Hello? Oh, okay, got it. Discord. Oh, shit. One second. Okay, there we go. Here. Sorry about this.
It's no problem.
Um,
Yeah, I was watching you, man, on the way home, man. You're killing it.
Sorry about that, man. I know this is like way more professional.
No,
It's
that's
just,
cool.
yeah.
Stephen Jim Jones says based CPUSA 2036.
All right. Trying to get this. All right, I'll just put it here. All right. Okay, guys. This is Steven Estrada. He's a CPUSA member, and he's. I'm sorry. Why don't you introduce yourself? Do it best.
Yeah, so my name is Steven Estrada. I'm a CPUSA member, specifically a part of the Long Beach Club down here in Long Beach. And I'm running for city council come 2022. And I've been involved in the movement, specifically a Marxist-Leninist for going on 4 or 5 years now. And part of this movement and this struggle that we are engaging in here in Long Beach specifically, I'm sure we'll get into a little bit more, but I think it's exciting the path that we're on, specifically the CPUSA, the program that we're trying to reach out to people and build communism and build the path to socialism. I'm very honored to be one of the first representatives for socialism. For CPUSA in this new struggle. So thanks, Hoss, for inviting me. I'm excited to talk to you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm really honored. I know my streams are usually, especially on Twitch, they're kind of not really that professional, but I still do try to like have a really serious orientation when it comes to politics. And one of the things I really do take seriously, personally speaking, is the CPUSA as a party. I really see a lot of potential in it, especially going into the 2020s and beyond, as really the vehicle and the platform for communists in the United States. It seems to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the CPUSA has kind of gotten a resurgence in popularity. Do you know anything about maybe the factors of why that is and kind of circumstances surrounding that?
Well, and I think with the growth of any party, part of it is just the strength of the member, the strength of the cadre, the strength of our program and what it means to people and how it communicates and speaks to the contradictions that are inherent in capitalism or under capitalism and the current struggles that we're facing. CPUSA has been long integrated with the labor unions here in America. The People's World has been, a mainstay in terms of getting media out that is pro-worker, that is pro-socialism, and those factors that have been pretty consistent despite numerous attacks on the party, on Marxist-Leninists and communists as a whole, have held us, above water. And what we saw is that with the popularity and emergence of politicians like Bernie Sanders, they come and go, and they kind of raise the popularity of socialism, and people want to get involved. And I think CPUSA has kind of always been there, and then they've led the struggle, especially back in the the early parts of the 1900s. And we're trying to once again, as you said, build that resurgence, making sure that we are at the lead of the pro-working struggles, and we're able to guide it and direct it. And I think that we've done a good job of doing that. As we've seen organizations like the DSA kind of not capitalize on some of the issues that are prevalent and important to workers. I think the CPUSA is just kind of always been there in the background, and I think soon it's our time to come to leadership, and I think that's what we're seeing. It's building towards that.
That's really interesting. So a lot of people, among kind of ultra left circles, right? The parody, I guess, or the caricature of the CPUSA has basically been that it's infiltrated by the government, and it's a complete sellout party, and it's bankrupt. What I've always responded to that with is that even if they are infiltrated, everyone's infiltrated, right? That's the truth for probably everyone. And it's probably the CPUSA is probably the least infiltrated compared to these like extremist ultra left groups who really end up getting their members doing illegal things and sent to prison and things like that. And then the second thing is that regardless of people's stance upon, I personally have disagreed with some of the CPUSA's orientations in the 2000s and the few decades ago. But regardless of your kind of personal disagreement, that is still the Communist Party. And if you really do have an genuine criticism, then it can be internal to the party itself. And if people agree with you and you're able to persuade people, and make your case, you can, I guess, you can see that the party can improve, I guess, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the main reason I joined. And I wasn't. I'm relatively new to the Communist Party USA. I've only been a member for about 2 years. Before that, I was part of a kind of a big tent left organization that did work here in Long Beach, and we had some internal conflict around some of these same questions that operate online, and I experienced, I think, firsthand kind of the party wrecking and some of the bad habits and tendencies that come along with organizing alongside people who have ultra left tendencies. And what I learned from that experience is it takes a disciplined organization, a disciplined party of members who are committed to the struggle, who are able to work alongside those who may not agree with them 100% on all these issues, and most importantly, have the ability to communicate to regular, average working class people. Because obviously, as Marxist-Leninists, we understand that no movement can just skip that step of connecting with the masses. And the Communist Party USA in particular appealed to me because it has, one, the history of struggle, dating back from everything, from the black struggle to women's rights. I mean, almost every special oppression that you could think of, the Communist Party USA has been leading. And I was honored to join that tradition and then continue that legacy on into the new era. And so, yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. I think people who hold those, it's slander, essentially. It's where the Communist Party of the United States, and just as you said, if you have issues with some of the lines, I have issues with some of the lines, and I adhere to party discipline and to the decisions of leadership, precisely because I consider myself to be a good communist. And if you are a good communist, you join the struggle and you fight to improve the organization that you're a part of. So yeah, I mean, 100% agree with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's kind of an irony, right? Is that a lot of working class people obviously are right wing and they support Trump and they're in the Republican Party. And among many of them, you will find the view that Joe Biden is a communist, right? And the barrier, the threshold of what a communist is really low. But I think because of some dialectical irony, I really do think that an official communist party that just unavowed, that just unabashedly calls itself communist, it is communist, and it represents what that actually means, could probably make progress in at least interesting people about, like, okay, well, we're using this word a lot, communism, this, communism, during the Obama years, right? That kind of received a resurgence. Oh, Obama's a communist, this is communism. I think this at least attests to the fact that people have some kind of fascination and interest with what real communism is. And I think it would be a really beautiful irony if the Communist Party became a force that led many of these working class people who have for so long seen communism as like the absolute and ultimate point of political evil.
Yeah, when you retreat from certain labels or certain terms, you're kind of operating on the field of the enemy, right? Reaction has kind of defined what it means to be a communist, what it means to be a socialist, and ultimately people consume that. And unless you kind of proudly present yourself as a communist party operating in a community, you're going to let other people dictate what it means. And so that's something here in Long Beach that we've been, we've really been focusing on, in particular, the club down here, doing local outreach, talking to people, literally going to people's front doors, and letting them know that we're the local Communist Party USA. What are your issues? What are some things that you would like to change about the city? And that was honestly one of the reasons that we decided to run, and me specifically, because what does it mean to be a communist? It means improving people's conditions materially. at the smallest level, local city council is responsible for things like fixing potholes, making sure the streets are clean, making sure that people have housing. Those are the things that are controlled at that city level. And as Marxists, those are things that we should specialize in. And we've talked to folks out, doing our door knocking events, or talking to people, and you know what? Sometimes they're a little bit surprised. They're a little bit thrown off about someone with a hammer and the gear, the CPUSA symbol, and tell them that they're communists. But honestly, that goes away pretty quickly once you start talking about the issues, and they understand that I being the communist in their front door, I also care, and I live right across the street. I'm the neighbor, and I have a child, and I like to go to the park, and I don't like seeing all this trash on the street. I don't like the fact that our air is one of the worst in the entire nation. So it's about embracing, I think specifically communism, that term, embracing Marxism, Leninism, and adapting it to each specific condition in the locality in which you're operating in. So. Yeah, and it's kind of like that. And I saw that stream that you had, Haz, in terms of patriotism. When you allow the other side to define what something means, you ultimately concede an arena of struggle. And it's the same thing with communism in terms like that.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because I'm kind of thinking back to something you said earlier, which is, I guess it's really hard for Americans with our individualist culture to really understand. But, people have a hard time. I think this is really the source of a lot of left-wing infantilism, if you will, is the fact that people don't know how to distinguish party discipline from your personal actual beliefs. People find it a contradiction that you could follow a party line that you don't agree with personally. But I think it sounds weird, but then when you have a broader look, I guess that's the basics of a culture or a civilization, which is that the rules that are in place, you may not personally agree with them, but nonetheless, you follow them because you are not just an individual, you're part of a greater whole. You're part of like a greater thing. And I think the same thing is true for the Communist Party especially. And if you look at the history of the Bolshevik Party, you'll find that this is a recurring issue. And in the stages early on is that people don't know how to just this is the basis of the distinction between Bolshevik and Menshevik itself, right? It's inability to accept the discipline of the party. So I think one of the ways leftists can be shown the need and the importance of following through with lines and orders and things like that, even if you don't personally agree with them, is really
Based.
making
Glory
them
to
making them understand that the CPUSA is not just a vehicle for their own personal ideology. It is a working class communist party, which seeks to actually have a basis in the real material world and not just be this kind of this isolated bubble full of people who have the same cultural and ideological and so on views. But one of the things I'm curious about is in terms of the kind of ideological diversity that is within the CPUSA, how would you judge that yourself?
I definitely think it's, being Marxist, I think we understand that nothing is ever static. There's this good quote from I believe it's from Trotsky, but he says that the parties, the political party, the vanguard party is never in a state of being. They're in a constant state of becoming, right? So it's always changing. And from what I've seen, I think recently, I do think that we see the influence of many of the popular movements that have, I'm assuming, have contributed to its popularity or its growing resurgence recently. There's a lot of talk about prison abolition. There's a lot of talk around, some of the, I think, more mainstream conceptions of liberation and liberation politics. I definitely see a strain of, decolonial theory that has become a mainstay in kind of pop sociology and things like that. But I think, especially at the leadership level, I think we see a dedication to the kind of the old school. This is America, American working. We represent the American working class. We're going to meet them where they are, and we're going to uplift them. We're going to educate them, and we are, going to build a path towards socialism and growing that popularity and building that mass base. We still ideologically adhere to the Popular Front, and so we're trying to build a coalition with progressives, whether that be those in the Democratic Party, elsewhere, and making sure that we defeat some of the more prominent and rising sections of reaction and fascism that is fascist ideologies that have been growing. And so that's kind of the ideological orientation of the party as it stands now, especially at the leadership level. But I think it's been interesting to see with the resurgence that there's definitely a lot of debate internally as to what the direction and the path forward is, given our newfound popularity, and that's a good thing. That's absolutely a good thing, because a party or an organization that fails to keep up with the movement of the people is going to fail. And so, honestly, I'm excited with the debate that's happening internally. I'm excited with the path and honestly the movement of young people coming into the party and pushing us forward in terms of tactics, in terms of communication, in terms of how we're going about our day-to-day work. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but it's changing, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the other things I was curious about is with this new flux of members, what is really the demographically speaking, in terms of age and perhaps class background? Do you see a lot of the kind of former DSA people or former Bernie people entering into the party, or is it coming from somewhere else? Or
Yeah, I mean, I think the DSA, the people that kind of lead DSA have been, I think, the most popular around the country. Just people who felt Bernie lost, and now it's that movement's kind of over, and maybe their local DSA hasn't really been doing much, or they're tired of engaging in electoral politics on behalf of Democrats, so that they look for something different. And I think CPUSA is, like I said in the beginning, the first question you asked me, we're just we've been there, and we've been operating for a long time, and we have that history, and we're a vehicle, and have been a vehicle for change and struggle. And so it's appealing. It's appealing to a lot of younger people. And we recently had an article published on the site about trying and specifically engaging with different kinds of communities that have I think the CPUSA can do a lot better on, specifically that in Black communities and among women. So that's something that I think we still need work on, and we have to find the right approaches and the right avenues to be able to do it. But I think putting candidates out there who are able to platform the CPUSA's ideas, our policies, and what our goals are, I think that'll do a lot in terms of growing the party and building the base in the ways that we'd like to see it.
Wow, yeah. So to me, I think we are in a really unique political moment in America. It seems like there's a political realignment going on. The COVID crisis has completely shaked the system, so to speak, and really changed. It's kind of like a very clear form of a superstructure catching up to a revolution in the forces of production. Now, some people call that fourth industrial revolution and all this other kind of stuff. But it's clear that there's challenges facing the United States going ahead, which, not to speak nothing of the current parties, it seems like the institutions of the current government are not prepared to address. Now, in the last presidential Democratic primary, we had candidates like Andrew Yang propose the $1,000 universal basic income, which seemed to gain some kind of traction. And many people speculate is the future as a result of increasing automation and increasing levels of unemployment. Has the CPUSA engaged with these specific kinds of issues, or is it more?
Are you referring to what specific issues are you referring to?
Just the question of like the new type of economy emerging, the gig economy, the fourth industrial revolution, universal basic income, things that I guess
Got it.
are annoyingly popular in like Silicon Valley, but nonetheless, I think still
Yeah,
have a grain of truth to them. You know.
yeah. I mean, we have the CPSA. I think does a good job of getting literature out to its clubs, and so one of the more prominent pieces of literature that we've been able to distribute is Marxism in the gig economy or the Uber economy. I think that's what that piece of literature is referred to as. And so it definitely has attempted to engage with the changing nature of capitalism and what it means for workers, specifically neoliberalism. And I think I definitely think that we can do more in terms of developing a more coherent and national strategy. I think right now, because economies are so differentiated across the nation, here in Long Beach, it is definitely a gig economy. We have service a huge hotel industry that operates here, and we have port workers. It's the biggest, one of the biggest ports in the nation, and it's being able to, as you said, adapt to the conditions and bring solutions that make sense for each locality. And I think that's kind of how we've been operating. And I don't know if there's been any kind of decisive or broad policy orientation or ideological orientation to how we will deal with that change. If somebody in the CPUSA chat knows of a kind of like a succinct way to do that, please let me know. I don't know if I could answer that question with much authority, but yeah, that's kind of been my experience with the CPUSA. Is the clubs are given a lot of autonomy in terms of how to develop and address local issues, local economic issues at the local level. Being able to devise how we want to, address issues, the freedom that we've been given is something that I really like. So yeah, I think that's how I'd answer that.
Yeah, and another thing is that a lot of people are curious about the general strategy of the CPUSA as a party and what its goals are. So people say things like, "Well, the CPUSA would never had a chance at winning presidential election," despite that,
Yeah.
presidential elections really are what put politics on the map, right? It's like a unifying national force, if anything. So you are currently running for the local city council for Long Beach, California, and people similar to you, if there's enough of them that can win these elections, this obviously, I'm supposing, builds a strategy of kind of hegemony, builds a basis and a backbone for the party. Would you be able to speak more on the importance of this kind of local elections for the sake of the kind of broader?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about growing the popularity and building a base of support for our specific political project, the U.S. I think and then the workers in the U.S. are kind of caught in this position where all we've really heard or experienced, or not even experienced, all we've heard and been taught about communism and communists and socialists is that we ruin economies, and that if you're communist, if you live in a communist country, you're going to be poor, and the communists just run around just burning buildings and are constant rebellion. So the strategy of running locally, of being able to communicate and do outreach with, no, we're not we're not in the, we're not anarchists essentially. We don't want to burn anything down. We want to lift people up. We want to raise living standards. We want to make sure that everybody is giving a home, is given a decent source of income, that is treated with respect and humanity. And if we can show that at the very base level, the very local level, and show the competency and the professionalism and the ability to address people's issues, like I said earlier, let's a communist city council being able to fix people's potholes, to make sure that air gets clean, that parks are safe for families. Though addressing that at the very local level and being able to spread that message across the nation. Because if a communist were to win a local city council election, and that's really, I don't know where it would be on the newspaper, but it'd be near the front page, because it hasn't happened in such a long time. And if we have somebody who's able to do that in a way that then makes sense and communicate that message on behalf of the Communist Party, that it will help us grow in a way that's similar, the AOC did in New York, right? Something like that, but with a message that is clear, and with politics that are more adhere to the principles of Marxism, Leninism, and growing socialism.
That's really interesting. Speaking in terms of the political, I kind of, as a final question, I don't mean to keep you, but speaking as a question of the current political realignment that's going on in the United States, does the CPUSA have a strategy for addressing kind of, I guess, more Midwestern working class elements who have, on the one hand, been let down by Trump, but also cannot be addressed by the Democratic Party, and also are discontented with the Democrats? Because I think that is really a decisive base for not only for the party to grow in general, but to really acquire a working class character in general.
Yeah. I think part of that is the work that's being done at the club level. So I don't know if anybody's familiar with. I keep saying clubs and I haven't explained it, but the club is just basically what you would refer to as a chapter, or just a local entity that then belongs to a district, who then kind of coordinates all the clubs in the general vicinity. And a lot of that growth, whether that be participation in local mutual aid efforts, whether that be engaging themselves in electoral politics, whether that be just basic political work. We do all different kinds of things. Here locally, we do street cleanups. We do, canvassing for the Long Beach Tenant Union. We do, all of these different things are part of growing that base and distinguishing ourselves from, specifically your question, the Midwest. Being able to do that work is going to distinguish them as communists from the Democrats, from the Republicans. And part of it is this project where we are developing leadership, developing, people's experience and knowledge of what it means to run. That's kind of like I don't think people, often think about just the nuts and bolts of what it means to run. There's campaign finance laws that need to be learned. There's strategy and, tactics in terms of running a political campaign that people have to learn and engage with. The CPUSA has, there's this period where we've been dormant in that respect. And so it involves us being able to actually put it together. And it's very likely that we'll have a lot of failures before we have the successes, but it's about engaging in that process. In the Midwest, that struggle may not come as easily for them. But from the work that I've seen, just based on our calls and in terms of the work that I'm seeing being put in, whether it's supporting the local unions or the outreach that they've been doing, I have full confidence that they will be able to launch a similar effort, starting locally and being able to build a base of support, and then just build from there. The work that's being done specifically in places like Ohio, in Virginia, from what I'm hearing, they're exploding. So I think the world of those guys, and I expect a lot more from them.
That's really good. So do you have any important kind of dates or things maybe people in chat who live in Long Beach should know about if they are interested in getting out there and helping with the campaign or voting or things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, in Long Beach here, I'm running against a typical neoliberal Democrat. It's her first time running, and she has the support of police unions. She has the support of all the real estate developers. So that obviously it's going to put us at a disadvantage in terms of funding. So I think the easiest way for people to get involved, even if you don't live in Long Beach, is to hop onto our site. It's stevenestrada.org. It's just my first last name.org, and donate $1, $5, $10, whatever you can. Every dollar helps us reach a voter, helps us create literature to teach them on what it is that we're running on. We're running on the slogan that together we win, and no poor people in a rich city. Donating really helps. If you live in Long Beach, also as a volunteer, a button, right? Just click the button. We'll get in contact with you, and we'll put you to work if you want to help out the cause. But yeah, the next we recently had an outreach where we went and talked to metro riders and bus riders about a free public transportation system here in Long Beach, and that went really well. Right now, we don't have anything scheduled for this month, but in October we'll be holding a local community event for kids who want a costume, who need school supplies and things like that, and it's going to be hosted by the local club and by my campaign. So if you want to get involved with that, helping us set up, helping staff the event, that'd be great. You can reach out to our website and give your information there. So yeah, Oz, thank you so much for having me on. I love your work, and it was great talking to you.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Absolutely. So, guys, the website's being shown in the chat. So, he's running for the local city council for Long Beach, California. And, let's look forward to this kind of revival of the Communist Party USA for the political future of America. So, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
See you. All right. Sorry, guys, if I was like low energy, but I just fucking had a burger and fries. You know what I mean? I had a burger and fries. So, yeah. Damn.
Ma journée est passée à une de ces vitesses. Pas mis le nez dehors et pas lavé.
We have a lot to cover, okay? Hassan's beefing with Nicki Minaj and Glenn.
Et ça n'arrive que moi. Je voulais faire des stories qui t'étaient dédiées. Je sais pas te dire pourquoi. Regarde comment je souris. Regarde encore. Je veux savoir ce que t'en dis. Quand je souris trop fort, c'est faux peut-être, mais au plus je ris.
I might work out twice today, you know? So we're not gonna do like an 8-hour stream. But we're gonna do really long, like, trust me, we're not even halfway. But, you know, I skipped yesterday at the gym. And the reason I skipped yesterday is because I stayed up watching fucking Ahrelevants talk shit about me. Fucking spread lies about me and say bullshit. So I worked out earlier today, and then, so I basically skipped the day, but if I work out again, I can work out tomorrow, and then skip Friday, so I could just debate on Friday. Because I'm debating Scythe, the Trotskyist guy, on Friday. No, I'm not going to be on Zerka Royale. Not going to be on. You have to work out for the debate to get the testosterone flowing. That burger and fries just gave me the rejuvenation I need to work out again tonight. Right? I got the energy. I'm ready to go fucking crazy. Oh yeah. Guys, listen. This is what I want to say. We're gonna do this. We're gonna push 400 followers. Follow my fucking Instagram right now. If you don't follow my Instagram, you are literally the scum of the earth. Follow it right now. I'm gonna refresh. I better see 300 followers. I better see 300 followers. On every platform, I should have bare minimum 1K. On every platform, bare minimum 1K followers. Should have had an Instagram before. Bruh. Instagram is my plan. I still don't have that many followers though. You know? Bruh, I don't know what to post on Instagram. What should I start posting? I don't even know what to post on Instagram. Clips. That's true. We're gonna continue this shit. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee 1 sec. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
there's a person that lacks this much self-awareness. Anyway, foaming at the mouth.
This is one of the most fucking pathetic copes. Hans just lacks self-awareness. What if I am self-aware, but I'm just not blinking? What if I'm self-aware, but yeah, here I am. What you gonna say? I am self-aware, and what? Please tell me what comes after and. Can someone tell me what comes after and? I am self-aware. You heard my piss? What? Did you really hear me piss? Destiny subreddit talking shit about you. Let's see. Let's see. Well, who's talking shit about me? Oh, they made up a clip. If I could violate Twitch TOS like Ahrelevant does, I don't know how far I would take it. But let me just tell you, Ahrelevant wouldn't be streaming anymore. He would, yeah, because I would hurt his feelings so much. How is that a fucking threat? What a bunch of snakes. He would not stream anymore. He would never want to stream for the rest of his fucking life after getting the judgment from me, the true, authentic, and real judgment of who Ahrelevant is. That's a threat? How? How is that a fucking threat? What a fucking lie. What a fucking bunch of liars. They literally fucking made shit up on the fucking spot. They literally made shit up on the fucking spot. Let me ban this fucking idiot. What a fucking liar. What a fucking liar. What a disgusting liar. They literally said I threatened him? How? Threat means I will do something to you. What I said was that if there was no Twitch TOS and he talked the shit he did violating Twitch's TOS, then I would be able to retaliate saying way worse shit about him that I can't say because I'm bound by the fucking rules, unlike him apparently. He's the one who clips most of your stuff. Yeah, let me go ahead and... Oh, he's already banned. Oh, excuse me. I'm not being targeted from all sides. I'm not always being attacked. They literally just took my fucking words out of context. What a fucking pussy. They literally are spinning up the narrative now that I'm threatening Ahrelevant. What did I actually say? I said, Ahrelevant, if you want to meet in person and judge my size and who I am physically, then you can do that. Did I say I'm going to show up unwelcome and unexpected? Did I say I'm going to go bother Ahrelevant? Did I say that I'm going to go uninvited? No, I said he can choose somewhere and I'll fly and go there. That's what I said. It's up to him. That's all I said. Can you guys clip this shit? Can you clip this? Why do you guys let them spin these fucking narratives when you know the truth? Don't let them spin these fucking narratives. You see, his whole stream was him spinning narratives against me. And now they're doing it like before my stream is even done. Like when I end stream, he's going to stream later tonight. And he's going to make up a whole bunch of shit about me. Then I'm going to respond tomorrow. But even before then, they're starting to make shit up. Oh, now who's soft? Wait. They said I was soft and sensitive because I didn't want to be on a podcast where the whole chat was talking shit about me and I can't hold anyone accountable. But when I say that I would hurt Ahrelevant's feelings if there was no Twitch TOS and make him cry, that means I'm threatening him. This is what it's like to be a fucking real alpha male man, is you get a bunch of fucking pussies because they can't do anything to you. All they do is hide behind rules. I'm threatened. I'm scared. There's not a single fucking woman on Twitch who says I'm a scary guy or whatever like that. Not a single woman, by the way. No woman has ever said that I scare them and intimidate them and threaten their safety and shit. You notice that? You notice it's only people who use their male privilege, who have male privilege, but at the same time don't act like an honorable man. You ever notice that? You ever notice that? You're going to get banned on Twitch being that aggressive. You know, I'm going to ban you. I'm going to fucking ban you. So, let me get this straight. Ahrelevant can literally violate TOS, and you don't even see his chat during this and what his chat says about me. They can literally violate TOS and sexually harass me about my sexuality, literally cover a stream where I'm pouring my heart out and talking to the chat. He can cover that and say whatever he wants. But because he's being a pussy about it and not actually being an aggressive man and being passive aggressive, but being just as hateful and just as much bullying and shit, oh, apparently that's not aggressive, right? No, what you're doing is tone policing me, and it sounds like a kind of racism to me, because I'm an Arab man. What, I'm an angry Arab man, you have to tone police me? I scare you because I'm an Arab Muslim man? Wow, that reminds me when I grew up in the post 9/11 era, when all of these white privileged people would treat me like a threat just for existing and expressing my own cultural temperament and my own passionate background and shit. Wow, that's an extreme level of racism. What an extreme level of racism. Wow, what an extreme level of racism. And by the way, you want to talk about who's being fucking aggressive? Ask yourself the question of who started this. Why am I doing this in the first place? Why am I covering this fucking nobody that I would have never even thought of before or cared about doing this? Well, I'll tell you why I'm fucking doing it. Because he's fucking obsessed with me. Because he's obsessed with me, and he fucking had to start talking shit about me, targeting me. I don't even fucking know the guy. Why am I even fucking doing this? You want to fucking gaslight me and say I'm the aggressor here? Stop being a fucking baby. You know, if Twitch just moderated their platform and gave him some punitive action telling him, stop the harassment, you can't sexually harass people, because although I don't care about the virgin thing, it's violating Twitch's TOS, right? And that means I have to follow Twitch TOS. I can't call him names. I can't say things about him. I can't really go nitty gritty into his visceral being and talk about his sexuality and his appearance and all that kind. That's all off limits because of Twitch's TOS. So if we're doing Twitch TOS, Twitch should just take action against him so I could put it behind me and be on my fucking business. Otherwise, I have to confront him within the limits of the fucking TOS, which is really limited, but you know, I'm still going to do it because I am going to stand up for myself. I have the right to stand up for myself in the face of mischaracterizations, lies, slander, harassment, and attacks. If Twitch doesn't help their streamers, I have to help myself. Simple as that. He didn't moderate his chat whatsoever, by the way. His chat was directly breaking Twitch TOS. And I'm not just talking about the virgin thing, right? Really, really visceral, ugly stuff coming from his chat that their moderators don't moderate. Right? You see the fucking difference between me and Ahrelevant? I literally just get a little bit mad and then I vent on stream about a million other things that are on my mind and that this was just my breaking point that was coming anyway, either way, that this was weighing on my mind and that this is just what triggered me. As small as it is, that's just what fucking pushed me over the edge after I'm dealing with so much accumulated shit. But when I say something like Ahrelevant, if you want to talk shit about my height and talk shit about my manhood and physical appearance, then let's test it and see if you would respect me or disrespect me in my presence, in my physical presence. DGG goes on their fucking subreddit and makes a legally actionable claim against me that I threatened him, which is actually illegal. It's not only TOS, it's illegal. And actually, it's also a form of defamation. If what you're saying is groundless and baseless, that's a form of defamation. You are accusing me of something illegal that has no basis in reality. Right? Has no basis in reality. Fucking pussy. What a fucking pussy. They're calling me sensitive and thin-skinned, and they're saying I threatened Ahrelevant after what I said, and they're fucking saying I'm sensitive, and they're literally saying I threatened him? Why? Because I'm a fucking strong alpha male who's passionate and speaks like a man and talks like a man. That means I'm a threat because I'm an Arab aggressive man. The racism and white privilege is unbelievable. Unbelievable racism and white privilege coming from DGG, an ex-alt-right community full of so-called ex-neo-Nazis targeting an Arab, unabashed Arab man. You heard it here, guys. DGG, an ex-alt-right white supremacist community, is targeting an Arab man for being an unabashed, unapologetic Arab man. The white privilege is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
The mouth. Ahrelevant can't improve his own manhood. I don't know what he means by that. Or lack thereof, so he takes it out.
Yeah, here's what I mean by it, Ahrelevant. Here's what I mean by it. What I mean by it is that instead of focusing on yourself and your own issues, you have envy toward me. You know what? I'm a very handsome guy. I'm a very fit guy. I have good epigenetic, Lysenkoist inheritance. You know, my dad was a bodybuilder. I'm very blessed in many, especially I have a very strong, powerful chest, and I'm very handsome, and I'm very confident, very high T. But I still have flaws, Ahrelevant. For example, I'm 5'9". I'd prefer to be 5'11", right? It'd be nice to be 5'11". I'm losing my hair. I'm actually losing my hair, so I am going bald. You never mentioned that. You could have mentioned that, right? I'm going bald. And by the way, that is something that bothered me in the beginning, was going bald. So if you really want to try to get under my skin, try a little bit harder, right? Because I'm not a perfect guy, and I know that. I know I'm not a perfect guy. You know how much... And by the way, I wasn't always buff. I wasn't always a buff guy either. You know that? I used to be skinny. So there's two paths I could have taken in my life. I could have gone down the Ahrelevant path and just be jealous of men who work hard and improve themselves, or I could go down the path of improving myself. Right? And I'm not talking just physically. I'm saying in terms of streaming, right? Instead of hating on me, why don't you focus on your own content? Why can't you produce your own good content? Why do you have to leech off me and be a force of hate and harassment? Why can't you just focus on, and intellectually too, if you have an issue with the things I'm saying in terms of their intellectual qualifications, why don't you read a book or something? Why don't you educate yourself, right? Why do you have to fucking hate on another man and be so fucking jealous? And I think the reason is you lack the will to improve yourself, which means you can't improve yourself, right? You just can't improve yourself. You just can't improve yourself. So I just told them, they asked me if I'm coming on the Royale. I told them, if Ahrelevant comes on, I'll go on right now. And I'll confront Ahrelevant. Because he was the source of the hate from the very fucking beginning. He was literally the source of the hate from the very fucking beginning. So if they get him on, I'll go. I'll go. Because I really want to confront him. I really need to confront Ahrelevant. I really need to confront him.
Men who look like me. What the fuck does that mean, look like him? I don't even know what that means. Half the time...
Look like me means this, Ahrelevant. Looks like me means a man who carries themselves with strength, confidence, fortitude, stature, pride, and alpha status. A man, for example, you see me walking down the street and you just see that I radiate an aura of alpha male vibes, and you get out of the way because I walk with dignity and I walk like an OG. That's what it means. People who look like me. Like when you look at a tiger in the wild, that's the same thing when you look at me, right? Instead of being envious, maybe you should try to improve yourself if you can. And if you can't, go to church and seek God. Because don't bother me. It ain't my problem. It's God's fault at that point. If you can't be happy with who you are relevant, you need to blame God because God made you how you were. That's not my fault. It's not my fault that women find me irresistible. It's not my fault that, I can so effortlessly get the attention of women without having to talk to them. It's not my fault that people look at me and they just love me. And jealousy is and the problem is that I have so many haters because of how much jealousy that creates, right? That's not my fault, Ahrelevant. Alhamdulillah, I got it all from God. Alhamdulillah, I got it all from God. God made me this way. Alhamdulillah, I'm just grateful. Ahrelevant, we all have things to be grateful for. You have many things to be grateful for. You can see, you can hear, you can taste. Some people lose their senses. Some people can't see, they can't hear, and life is really hard for them. Some people don't have legs, and life is really hard for them. No matter what in this world, you must always be grateful for what you have. That's why I say Alhamdulillah when I look at another person's success. I say Alhamdulillah if they deserve it. If I look at a level of if I truly give up, right? And I see this person has true, exquisite wealth and happiness and family, I could never have it. And I will still be grateful for them, for their success. I'll say, Alhamdulillah, this universe could be dirt and still there's beautiful things. Even if it's not mine, I'm going to thank God we have beautiful things. That's my mentality. Maybe it's not mine, but look, the world could just be dirt. The world could be nothing, and there's something. When I see a guy who's genuinely more handsome than me, you want to know what I do, chat? I say, Alhamdulillah, we could just have ugly people walking around. I'm glad. I don't mind if I'm lower on the looks scale. I'm glad there's a dude who looks good. I'm glad there's a dude. We could have ugliness instead. What do you want? Either ugliness or good-looking people. I'm glad that such good looks exist. Even to compare myself to, I'm glad there's even such a thing as handsomeness that exists in the first place. Because even if I'm not on that level, I could still somewhat be on that level. Relatively, right? Lower on the scale, but still on that spectrum. I'm glad for that handsome guy for creating such a beautiful spectrum. That's my mentality. Success creates the spectrum, and I am grateful for those who are successful that create the spectrum. And I wish Hassan was actually based and actually more honest and actually had a better view and more honest, knowledgeable understanding of politics. Because if he did, I would do nothing but pray for him. And another thing, I watched Zherka for a year. A guy who is very blessed in terms of looks, height, physical, everything, swagger, women. Do you think I've ever had an ounce of jealousy for Zherka? Even a little bit of ounce? Never. I've only been happy for that fact. Especially since he's a good guy. That's the thing, Ahrelevant. Jealousy and envy is the worst thing. You are a very jealous and envious creature. You need to focus on yourself and be grateful for the fact that men like me create the spectrum of success. So you're a failure on Twitch. You've been on Twitch for years, and now you're at 200 viewers. And I'm an example of a streamer on Twitch who's hyper successful, just extreme success, right? You should be happy for me that I created the spectrum of success. You should be happy that I created such a spectrum of success. You understand? You should be happy for that fact. You should be happy for that fact.
People think this guy is John Zerka. I don't dislike John Zerka. I fuck with John Zerka. What does that mean? Like, is it like, I don't know what I mean. Is it genuinely because of his height? I mean, isn't Destiny shorter than him or the same height as him?
What are you talking about height? See, Ahrelevant is literally being, I don't know if I can't say this on Twitch, but he's being a not brave person, right? He's basically saying, oh, I want to call Haas short, but I can't because it's not allowed. So I'm just going to sneak diss him, call him short. Ahrelevant. If you think my height bothers me, especially at 25 years old, you are so fucking beyond your depth. Please call me short every single day. I love it. All I'm asking you to do is, let's see what it means to be short, right? I would like you to be in my presence physically and experience the presence of my shortness. And we will see who should feel bad about whose situation. You know? I mean, like, if I feel bad about being short, I would never leave my apartment. I'd be scared to confront anyone. Like, oh no, they'll see how short I am. The thing is I'm so confident in my height, I will literally be in your presence physically. Where did you get that he's 5'10", by the way? It doesn't matter. He might be 6'3", but where did you get he's 5'10"? I don't buy that. He's 5'10"? He better not be 5'10", calling me short, being a fucking inch taller. I heard in his stream, wait, he's 5'10"? He's an inch taller and he's talking about height? If that's true, this is a Khabib moment to me, right? Because you know dudes lie about their height, right? So if he says he's 5'10", he's 5'8". If he says he's 5'10", he's 5'8". By the way, everyone adds 2 inches. Except me. I tell the truth and get flack for it. Yeah, is he vouching about his height? There's some IRL footage of him canvassing with Destiny. Let me see. Ahrelevant Destiny. What's the footage of him canvassing? Can you share it? Show me the footage and I'll just like... Ahrelevant and Destiny. Ahrelevant and Destiny together. No, he looks like he could be 6'2", 6'3". He's in no way he's 5'10". He looks, you know, he looks like he'd be 6'2", 6'3". No, he's over 6 foot. I saw him and yeah, I bet he's over 6 foot. He's probably 6'2", 6'3". Which isn't much for, I mean, I can't go into the details, but it's really not much. He's 6 foot. He said so on stream. Wait, he's 6 foot on the mark? 6 foot? Which is 3 inches taller than me? There's a photo with him and Destiny on his Twitter. Okay, let me find it. Let's see. So he calls me short. What? He looks like he's about 3 inches tall. He looks like he's 5'11". If Destiny's 5'8", he looks like he's a 5'11 or 6'0". Okay, you know what? So guys, by the way, this is the guy talking about height. This is the guy who's talking about height right now. So this guy, by the way, is commenting on my physical appearance. This is him. Mods, make sure the chat doesn't... We're not our relevance chat, so we're not going to let the chat go wild. But we should sit back and contemplate this. Really, just think about it. Mods, really, I'm serious. Keep this chat under control. Because we're not going to be like him and risk our shit on not moderating our chat. This is the guy who's talking shit about me. This is the guy who's talking shit about me. If this is 6'1", I don't really buy that. Does this look like a 5-inch difference to you? Actually, I don't know, maybe. With the hair. Yeah, it looks like 6'0". Probably 5'11", 6'0". Bro, I thought he was like 6'2", 6'3". 6'2", 6'3" is... At least you make an impression. This does not make an impression in real life. This does not make an impression in real life. Destiny says he's 5'9". Okay, I don't know. This does not make an impression in real life. This just does not make an impression in real life. He says he's 6 foot. Okay, irrelevant. Please do not talk about height. It's not going to be in your favor. Like, there's a lot of things I would love to say about you physically, but I can't. Right? But you're going to call me short and talk about me being 5'9". Let's just say irrelevant. Let's say you looked like this, but you're 6'6". Let's say you looked like this, 6'6". Not only would I prefer to be how I am at 5'9", I'm willing to go down to 5'6". I would rather be 5'6", looking how I am, than be this at 6'6". Just me personally. So don't talk about my height, irrelevant. It's not really a good idea. It's really not a good idea. Who said he made fun of your height? Well, a chat reflects the streamer. And let's see. He's coping, short men, manlet.
I also like, who else is short? I'm gonna say I don't know very many people's height. Isn't John? John is tall, right? John is like 6'3", 6'4". No, he's like, yeah, 6'3", isn't he? I don't know. Wicked Supreme is tall. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what he's getting at. Anyway, so sad and pathetic. Nice. He's
chat telling him to call me a manlet, all that kind of shit. Yes, he is sneak dissing my height, by the way. He is sneak dissing my fucking height. Calling me 5'9". Like that's an insult. I don't care. I am 5'9". How is that an insult? How is that an insult? Insult to who? Insult to who?
Claims he is doing this on behalf of oppressed Uyghurs. I don't do anything on behalf of another group of people. I just think that somebody who's spreading misinformation to the level where in which they are endorsing and...
Wait, I'm spreading misinformation or you're spreading misinformation? See, when there's a contention and disagreement about it, you have to debate it. And you won't debate it. So how can you say I'm spreading misinformation when you can't prove that your valid information is valid?
And promoting the active cultural genocide of another group of people is doing...
Wait, I'm promoting the active cultural genocide of another people? How is that? When I'm saying there is no such cultural genocide. The crackdowns committed by the Chinese government were not on Uyghur culture. They were on foreign Salafi Arab Gulf state funded extremist practices that were not even to be found in Xinjiang. Let me give you an the Chinese government does not crack down on veils, but let me show you. Let me show you the traditional dress of Uyghur women in the 1900s. And you're going to tell me there's a crackdown on Uyghur culture. So, China is not banning the hijab or the niqab or anything. But even if they did, that would not be cultural genocide because this is actually the traditional cultural dress of Uyghur women. As an example, if you go to Xinjiang and if you go to the places where Uyghurs live in Xinjiang, they wear this. They wear this head dress. How is that the cultural genocide? Their culture is being preserved. In Xinjiang, you will find this traditional dress on display all the time, especially for tourists. It's what defines. China promotes this. If anything, they revive it. When it's outdated, they still revive it. They bring it back to allow Uyghurs to have a sense of cultural memory and pride. Islamophobia, by the way, but keep going. Don't you guys wish we didn't live on a bitch-made fucking internet? We literally just have to trade politically correct bullshit cancel culture tactics because they can't debate, so DGG scumbags and fucking snakes have to fucking come in here and level cancel culture shit. Bunch of fucking snitches and bitches. But to hit back, it's not fucking Islamophobia. Everything I just said was 100% fucking factual. I already said that they're not banning the hijab or the niqab. All I was saying was that it is not even part of traditional Uyghur culture to wear the hijab and the niqab. It's not. That is a practice that does exist in other Muslim countries. You're the Islamophobe because you think all Muslims are the same. You think all Muslims are the same. That's the fucking thing. You think all Muslims are the same despite culture, which is an Islamophobic trope. What do you know? What do you know? You're repeating Islamophobic tropes. What do you know? That you're repeating Islamophobic tropes. Wow. Interesting. Interesting Islamophobia. Out of the 56 ethnic groups in China, 10 of them are majority Muslim. But keep talking about a cultural genocide. Yikes. And remember, guys, Ahrelevant, by the standard of his own reasoning, is not only a genocide denier, but a potential Holocaust denier. Because if you deny the white genocide narrative, that makes you a genocide denier. So he's a genocide denier, but if he's not a genocide denier and he's accepting the narrative of a white cultural genocide, then he's a neo-Nazi who in all likelihood denies the facts of the Second World War. Which is extremely interesting. This is a really dangerous person on this platform, and I do not feel comfortable with him. I don't feel comfortable with this guy. I really don't feel comfortable. This is extremely toxic misinformation. Like, Ahrelevant, you know neo-Nazis are not allowed, right? You know you're spreading Nazi disinformation, right? That you believe in the white genocide. You believe in the white cultural genocide. Because you wouldn't deny it, right? I'm asking Ahrelevant right now. Ahrelevant, do you deny the white genocide? Because if you do, that makes you a genocide denier. You know that? Did you know that? If you deny that, it does make you a genocide denier. Ahrelevant would never talk about Uyghurs face to face with an actual Uyghur who lives in Xinjiang or a Chinese person in China. Never. Of course he fucking wouldn't. Of course he wouldn't. He's just hiding behind Vosh and other streamers.
Active harm. Look at shit. We all know he uses that as an excuse to vent vitriolic and pathologic jealousy. He's been around for years as a failed streamer. Imagine seeing me objectively better in every way pass you by like this. So I'm wondering, from other people's perspective, is it because he apparently, I don't even remember, is it because he...
The fuck is this?
Unoriginal. Clearly it's original enough. Because he apparently said he was depressed one time in his stream that I can't, like, oh, well, you know what, guys, I can't push back.
No. Ahrelevant, push back. Please push back. I am commanding you to push back. I am commanding you to push back. Don't listen to those fucking pussies in chat who said you can't talk about me because I'm depressed. That's never hindered me. That's never hindered me. Yeah, I'm depressed when I'm not in the heat of battle. That's just my personal life. Who cares? Right? I'm in battle. So give it what you got. I don't need you to show me kindness. Ahrelevant, I'm not going to show you any fucking mercy when I'm covering you. So don't show me any fucking mercy. And we can compare and see who's going to lose more.
If I said this about him, that he doesn't have manhood, one, I'd be canceled, and two, everyone would be like, oh my god, you're a piece of fucking garbage.
No, they fucking wouldn't. Because you did say that. You did say that. Continually talking about my masculinity in relation to, oh, you can't even handle being called a virgin. Trying to fucking gaslight me and everyone that was actually the reason I was upset. And plus, what does it actually mean for me to be upset in this context? It means I'm leaving the podcast and taking a break from going on the Royales. Wow. It's like, who cares? If you don't want to see me vent on stream, then just don't watch it. It's not like I'm fucking, like, what in effect am I actually doing that matters so much to you? That you have to cover it and talk shit about me. What am I actually fucking doing that really demands you to harass me like this? What am I actually fucking doing?
Toxic masculinity, soy, toxic soy. You're right. You know what? I gotta take my hands. You know what? I'm depressed. You know what? I'm suicidal. Let's see what happens. All right, let's see what happens. Let's see if he cares, okay? Ask my girlfriend. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I don't know. Listen, man, fuck this leftist bullshit, nonsense shit. All right, just fuck it. All right, anyway.
But you're the one who's being protected by Twitch's TOS. You're the one who's being protected by leftist shit or whatever. Because if it wasn't for that, I would say really mean things about you that you couldn't tolerate. So don't sit here and say, let's put aside this leftist idpol shit, when if it wasn't for that, I would bully you off this fucking platform. Easily, I would bully you off. And I would use my chat to bully you off. Now, I can't do that because that's TOS, and I have to follow the rules. But dude, I have a way bigger community than you. So don't pretend like, that's what's protecting you. That's literally what's protecting you. You are being protected by leftist political correctness and leftist idpol shit. You are being protected by that, Ahrelevant, not me. You would not be able to tolerate me not bound by TOS on this Twitch platform. And by the way, you're breaking Twitch's TOS because you are constantly referring to me as a virgin, or referring to the harassment that you are platforming on your chat of people harassing me as a virgin. So you got to understand that your chat, when you're talking, is constantly calling me a virgin, right? That's actually not allowed on Twitch.
More like poo poo pee pee. Boom owned, got him.
Thank you, Demetrius. You know that's TOS, Ahrelevant. Now, do I want it to be TOS? No, but it is. It is TOS. And if you are not going to be subjected to the rules, then, you're not only being protected by the rules, you're being protected by rules that you yourself are allowed to violate. And I'm not, because I'm held to a different standard than all other streamers. And guys, chat, remember who the aggressor here is. Me, I made a video talking about my frustration with serial haters, harassment. And by the way, just so people fucking know this, Ahrelevant made a lot of comments. He was like, oh my god, you literally said that you get more hate than Destiny. That doesn't make any sense. Because you're not smart. That's why it doesn't make sense to you. Destiny does get more attacks. He does get more attacks. But you measure it in proportion to the fame. If I have 40 viewers and I have serial harassers and stalkers, that shows you that I am getting more hate concentrated upon me, and it is more personal. Because the fame factor isn't there. It's not that they're targeting me because I'm famous. They're going out of their way to attack me. Let me explain it like this. This is why the fame factor determines the extent of actual hate. Okay? I'll explain it like this. When you're famous, you are actually making an impact on people's internet involuntarily. They're going to know about you, and it's going to make them easier to find out about you and to interact with you. If people literally have to go out of their way to pay attention to me, that means that their hate is stronger. And before I became famous, I can't talk about it or draw attention to it on stream, but just know some of the worst things you can think of, short of coming to me, have happened to me. So just put it that way. What's one of the worst things you can do to a streamer? That's happened to me multiple times. I can't talk about it because I can't draw attention to it. But yeah. And not only has it happened on the dark web or whatever, it happens on Twitch. There's a Twitch user named Lol1984 who goes by the name Lee Based or Lee Groiper, who literally goes into streamers' chats trying to fucking dox me. And Twitch doesn't care, by the way. They've not been IP banned because they keep making new accounts. When Destiny was at my size, did he get the same amount of hate? And then he said, well, what about e-girls? Again, you have to measure the hate factor in proportion to the personal factor. Sexually frustrated males who, for whatever reason, hate women, whether they're sexually frustrated or not, become obsessed with women because of misogyny and the sexual aspect. I'm a guy, and they literally treat me on the level of a fucking e-girl with the same amount of fucking hate and obsessiveness. So what does that tell you? It's not like there's an external factor motivating them, like their sexual life. I'm just a guy. I'm literally a fucking guy. I'm a 25-year-old man. I'm literally just some random guy. Why would people be so obsessively hating on me? It's not like, there's a sexual aspect where it's like, a gender thing and misogyny and general misogyny. I do have male privilege. I am a guy, and despite that, they fucking give me the more hate, right? And this guy goes, well, like, no one swatted you or come, because they don't fucking know. Trust me, if they actually knew, I would be swatted. 100%. And you say, oh, no one showed up. Guys, when I say you're not going to listen to me until it's too late, what do you think I fucking mean? You don't think I'm anticipating that? You don't think I'm anticipating all these things? I just started in March. How long did it take Destiny for that shit to start happening to him? I'm going to guess that shit will happen to me way earlier. Whether I'm on Twitch or off Twitch. It's not because of Twitch. But I face a lot of danger. It's just that I'm proactive about it. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He thinks that it's just because I was called names in the chat. No, Ahrelevant. That's the tiniest tip of the fucking iceberg. And that is what set me off to vent about everything. Which I fucking even said on the stream, but you're still lying to the chat and telling your chat that all of this is because I was called a virgin. No, Ahrelevant. The tipping point wasn't even that I was called a virgin, is that I was getting mobbed by a chat that I thought were my people in general, that had bad intentions. It's the intention that matters, not what they say, but the intention. That's why when Bullet calls me a virgin, I don't care, because I know her intention is not evil and malicious to destroy me. It's just the royale banter back and forth bullshit, right? I know she's not coming from that perspective, so it's like I don't care, you know? I watched Destiny when he first started. He made really effed up jokes and used gamer words every day for years and never got hate. But because there's so many reasons why people fucking hate me, and it's not consistent. It's not consistent. The hate toward me is not consistent. A lot of it is pseudo-intellectuals that are mad, and alpha male knows more than them about every fucking subject under the sun. When it comes to Marxism and philosophy and all that kind of shit. A lot of it is people who are just jealous and seething. A lot of it is people who hate my style and are just feel overwhelmed by the way I break through their fucking Anglo box, which is really the Anglo cope box, which is their fucking source of copium for the entire fucking world. You know? Super fucking pathetic. Super, super fucking pathetic. And his hate watchers come into my chat. Imagine if my viewers went into his chat and hate watched him. That would be brigading just because I have such a bigger community. So don't do that, chat. But you see how fucking unfair it is? So who's the real man here? He's getting nerfed by Twitch 50,000 points.
My advice is to have your own unique content and not exclusively be a content leech. Sure, you are basically a more boring version of Keemstar. Sure, your commentary is unoriginal. Clearly it's original enough for people to catch the attention. And
No, Ahrelevant. You caught my attention because you're a fucking hater and nothing more. Your content is fucking unoriginal. It is not original to attack Haas and have Haas derangement syndrome. If you think you're the first or the last person I'm going to utterly fucking destroy on stream, like how I'm doing now, chat, if you could think of a number in your head, how many people have I destroyed like this, covering them and absolutely breaking them? How many people? How many people? Thank you, Jan. Dozens. At least dozens. He's not the first. He's nowhere near the first. He's nowhere near the last. So no, Ahrelevant, you're not fucking original. Not by any fucking qualification. By no metric are you an original fucking person. You're just about the most unoriginal fucking boring streamer on the fucking platform.
Tweet about me. Uninformed and uninteresting dog shit. Sure.
And remember, he started it. All of this could have been avoided if he minded his own fucking business and didn't fucking... I'm going to show you how disgusting his coverage of me was. If he didn't spend his time turning my stream where I'm actually being authentic and venting and obviously trying to work out my problems with God as my witness, he turned that into a spectacle to fucking mock and make fun of me. I want to show you guys the things his chat was saying during this. I'm going to just mute it. And you can see what his chat is saying this whole time. Just show you what his chat was saying. Remember this time, guys? Look at this. This is TOS. This is TOS. Right? So let's fast forward it. Let me show you how his chat was doing. Remember this stream I did? Let me show you what his chat was saying. So let's see. I have a feeling he's very short. He's doing steroids. They're laughing at me, mocking me. They're mocking me, laughing at me. Let me show you this. This is what's allowed on Twitch, by the way. This is what's tolerated on Twitch. And I'm not allowed to do anything. And this is what they're allowed to do. This is the harassment. Look how they try to gaslight me, make it seem like it's just because I was called a virgin and called names, which is a fucking lie and a proven fucking lie. Just look at this chat. Look at this chat. Tanky's authoritarian about other people's speech. Really? I'm the one who imposed these fucking standards of speech on Twitch, right? I'm the one who created this and wants this, right? It's not that I'm just pointing out that there's a fucking double standard that he's not forced to fucking abide by, but I am. Trust me, if there was no rules and there was no restrictions on speech, you would not come out on top, Ahrelevant. I promise you that. And now they're denying that I said I was depressed. They're making fun of my mental health, which is TOS. All rules that they don't have to follow. Ahrelevant denied that I said I was depressed. I did say I was depressed. He doesn't have to follow the rules. I do. There's so much I have to hold back, but he has to follow. He can break the rules and say what he wants, right? And he's partnered. He's partnered too. Partnered streamers can say anything about an unpartnered streamer. Thank you. Appreciate the bits. You know, no one really understands how intention is everything. You know, for example, let me give you this. Let's say I don't care if you called me stupid, right? Do I care if you call me stupid? No. But let's say you think that calling me stupid will destroy me, right? Then if you call me stupid, I don't care that you're calling me stupid, but I know that your intention is to destroy me inside. And that's why it might bother me. You see how it works? You have to be intelligent to understand these things. And stupid people don't get it. It's intention that fucking matters, not what you're saying. The fact that you have that hostility toward me is why I'm reacting in the way that I am. Because I know the intention behind what you're fucking doing. And the same thing was in Zerka's chat. It was the fucking intention behind the chatters to just attack me for no reason. I have to start thinking paranoid thoughts about what their fucking intention really is. What angle are you fucking coming from? Do you just not like me? Do you just not want me to be here? Do you just have a problem with me? That's what's racing through my fucking head. But now I can see, oh, I know why. Because you come from Ahrelevants chat. Now it makes sense. Intention is everything. And in law, intention is everything too. Mens rea is so fucking important.
You couldn't face me in an open confrontation without an open confrontation? I don't know what this is. Without shitting your pants, so you scream in a high-pitched incel-like tone at my VODs. Oof, this is kind of ironic.
Wait, why is it ironic? Do I have a high-pitched tone? So why is it ironic? Please elaborate, Ahrelevant. Please elaborate. Or are you calling me an incel? And if you're calling me an incel, how about we compare our DMs on Twitter and on Discord? Let's compare our DMs. Because you know incel means an involuntary celibate, right? But how can I be an involuntary celibate if when you look at my DMs, if I'm still being celibate, it's voluntary? Like, I have the opportunity. You know what I mean? So how am I an incel? Let's compare DMs. And, ooh, I can get so mean. And I can't. I'm not allowed to. That's what's so fucked up. This dude would cry if he heard what I had to say. Let's just say Ahrelevant. There's some people who would prefer to even be virgins. I would prefer to have been a virgin than to have been in what you consider a relationship. No, thank you. That's all I'll say. That's all I'm going to say. No, thank you. No, thank you. Because I can choose, right? No, thank you. I can choose, right? No, thank you. I mean, trust me, Ahrelevant. If I was like you, I would have 10 girlfriends. Right? Let's just leave it at that. If I had your standards, not talking about anything in particular, but, you know, if I had the same desire to not be alone as you, I could literally have 20 girlfriends. And I'm not lying. I'm literally not lying. I swear to you, I guarantee to you that if I wasn't picky, I could literally have. Okay, if I wasn't picky, chat, you wanna know something for a fact? If I wasn't picky, I could have a girl every day of the week, a new girl every day of the week. It would take time to get to that point, but like I'm saying, I could work to that point of having a new girl every week if I wasn't picky. And I'm not even saying an e-girl. I'm saying like, you know,
And so, like, the tone at my VODs.
like Ahrelevants. You ever considered? Never mind. Oh my god. There's so much I want to say. So fucking much I want to say.
Along with your chat, who almost certainly, is just like you in every respect. Very low T and beta energy. Sad. Can I just disregard this? There's no way a human talks like this.
No, I do talk like that.
Like, oh, sorry, I didn't see that. I'm grateful to the fact that people like Ahrelevant, usually my obsessive haters with Haas Durant.
A dime a week? No, more like a penny a week. I'm not a dime a week type of guy, right? I'm talking like maybe a dime a month. But weekly, that's like I could do a penny a week, you know?
Arrangement syndrome or anonymous. Thanks to Ahrelevant, you can actually see how pathetic these people really are behind the keyboard. I'm convinced most of it is jealousy. Usually my obsessive. Oh, I see. Oh, he likes that he can. What? Niema, thank you for the $5. Whatever sector. And look up. This. Hey, no, he was playing Void Sector. I forget what the game is called. Those were 3 videos where he's had the discussion before, and literally people.
Dude, see how obsessed this guy is? You see how fucking obsessed this creepy guy is?
Actual documentation, real shit, and he just goes Western source. So
When? Name the point in the debate where I dismissed evidence on the grounds that it was a Western source. And that was actually the essential grounds upon which I dismissed the source. Can you prove that? Where's the source for this information, you fucking liar? Where's the source for that information, huh?
I reject this. In theory, I guess we could have the conversation. He just needs to define what makes a source Western, what makes a Western source bad, why is a Western source bad.
But you're the one essentializing Western sources. I go and evaluate things based on the fucking evidence. The primary evidence. I don't care. I'm not going to take anyone's word for shit. If you make a claim, you have to substantiate it. If you are accepting unsubstantiated claims, it is because you have a Western bias. That's my assertion. If your claims were substantiated, then it wouldn't be the case.
Is it only like white people that post certain sources? Is it anybody that has any kind of affiliation with the Western, any Western country? Because he's made arguments about literal Chinese citizens being Western sources. So what makes them a Western?
Wait, when? When did I say Chinese citizens are Western sources? Ahrelevant. You're gonna watch this shit because you're a fucking hate watcher with no fucking life. So I'm challenging you right now. Pinpoint the exact moment that I dismissed a Chinese source because I claimed from a Chinese citizen that it was a Western source. Pinpoint the exact moment. And if you don't, I want your chat to know that you're fucking full of shit. You're full of nothing but fucking bluffs. You make claims about me that you can't fucking substantiate. And that's why you'll never have as many fucking viewers as me. Because I put my fucking money where my mouth is.
Source. So that's just where it's at. I just can't argue against bad faith people that whenever I bring them actual documentation and shit like that, he just...
Yeah, you know what bad faith means? Ahrelevant. Bad faith doesn't mean that the other side has an opposing agenda as you. Bad faith means that the other side lacks the necessary charity to accept their own limitations and afford the other opponent the assumption of meaning and meaningfulness.
Brings Western source to try and get out of it. I reject this and I refuse. Right?
That when you have to fill in gaps in reasoning, you just have the charity to assume that they're coming from a place that is meaningful.
Where I've been at before. I won't debate children that refuse to actually take new information.
Wait, I'm the child, and yet you're still in the Harry Potter phase in your life. and you're literally like Harry Potter under the stairs, but I'm the children and you're a gamer. You're literally a gamer, and I'm the child. I'm the children. You're a gamer. How often do I play games, chat? Almost never, right? This is literally a gamer. Hold on. So, chat, I'm the child and you're not. You sound mentally like a child. When I hear your reasoning for anything irrelevant, it is so simplistic and so devoid of insight and critical thinking. Like, you know that if you said it to my face, in 2 seconds you'd look stupid with my response. I would literally make you feel just how mentally inferior you are to me. He called me a child. Don't fucking talk to me when he's setting the standard. He just said he doesn't debate children. So what?
I refuse. If we got a moderator that can establish a clear line of what he considers to be a polluted Western source, then we can start talking.
Why are you essentializing Western sources? Please point in any debate I've had where I said Western source breaks the camel's back. No, what breaks the camel's back is the reasoning and evidence used to arrive at a conclusion. If that is essentially faulty, then the evidence is not substantive. Doesn't matter what the fucking source is. It could be Western, I don't care. If you have substantive evidence for an Uyghur cultural genocide, I will listen and I will take it seriously. But you don't have that evidence. Now do you? That's why you have to resort to this form of fucking bullshit copium argumentation. A complete fucking straw man of my actual position and argument as I've expressed it. So fucking pathetic.
This one? No, I don't think it's it, but maybe.
Teeth, my friend. What is your bar for evidence? Evidence that is sufficient enough to justify the conclusion being made. Beyond reasonable doubt. My bar for evidence is the same one that would hold up in an international courtroom for the UN standard of genocide. Yeah, the same one that would be tried in an international court of law. That's my fucking standard of evidence. Same one. Same one. In a court, in a U.S. court of law. Fuck it, forget about international law. In a U.S. court of law, it has to be constituted as evidence. I went to law school for 1 year. So I know what the barrier for evidence is. This is not evidence to justify the conclusion being made. Not whatsoever.
I don't think it's it. I thought he was playing Star Sector. You just read it? Indeed.
Whenever you're going to start listening to something.
What is your go-to source for stuff like this? For what? The Uyghurs? Every single source on the planet Earth. That is.
Guys, remember that China has 1.4 billion people, more people than the entire combined Western world itself, and the sources he's talking about are confined to America, Britain, and possibly Germany. And that is every possible source. Despite that, most of the world rejects the claim of genocide, which means that no, most sources reject the claim that China is committing genocide. What you really mean to say is that most Anglo-Saxon American sources accept that narrative, which is true. Yeah, he's just looking for an excuse to run away from me.
Isn't the conflict of interest that is China. All of these sources will show you that the Uyghur genocide is happening. But
that resist the conflict of interest that is China. So on the one hand, you can dismiss Eastern sources on the basis of a conflict of interest because of their economic relationship with China. But on the other hand, I can't, and I never even did this, by the way, I'm not allowed to dismiss Western sources on the basis of the conflict of interest that is America's geopolitical interests in relation to China. which are far more substantive, far more profound, and far more impactful in distorting sources than economic relationships with China. Because the US's geopolitical hostility toward China is not only political, it is fundamentally economic. It's fundamentally about an economic war between American and Chinese industry. So when you talk about who has more money to lose, it's America and the West. So no, irrelevant. But here's the thing. I never even brought up the conflict of interest thing. He says all Eastern sources must be dismissed because of conflict of interest. But then he claims, on a basis of a straw man, that I cannot say that Western sources can be dismissed on the basis of a conflict of interest against China. Who stands to gain the most and the most to lose from this narrative? That, my friends, is the question. That's what Gorilla's just in time. You literally said it. That's what I've always said and always maintained throughout the entire duration of me talking about this subject whatsoever. Doesn't matter what the narrative is. The primary sources are flawed and bankrupt. Thank you for putting it into words.
But he screams, Western affiliation, Western affiliation, Western affiliation. They literally, and you know what's funny? Even sources in China show it. And allow me to demonstrate.
Yeah, show us the sources.
All right, Vosh has a 4-hour video that he decided to
He's going to show us the sources in China, right?
Put up. A 4-hour video talking about it, right? Let's see if I can't find the part. Destiny brought something forward to him that was really interesting. Let's see if we can't find it specific part that we're referencing. Obviously, this isn't the totality of the information or whatever on the subject. He was looking up a lot of it on the fly. I can't seem to find it. Is this it? No. Suffice to say, there's a lot of documentation showing you the thing. But Vosh goes over in detail, literally Chinese sources that show that the Uyghur genocide is happening, right? And Destiny did the same thing with him, as he went over specific sources.
No. Okay, we're going to go over both the source Destiny showed me and the one Vosh showed.
With him, Chinese sources, to be able to prove that it was happening. And
you see how Ahrelevants of fucking, he has to hide behind people like Vosh and Destiny. He can't actually produce anything himself. Yeah, Cyborg Destiny, can they read Chinese? Because he's saying this is a source from China. Can they read Chinese? Can they verify that it's from China? How do you know that it's from China? Remember, these are sources allegedly leaked from China. But there is no evidence that the leak is authentic. We have to verify that the leak is authentic. For example, we can verify that WikiLeaks' leaks are authentic. That can be verified. Right? That can be proven. This cannot be proven. This cannot be proven. The 3 Italian research institutions and universities concluded there is no genocide and it is used to further U.S. geopolitical goals. Yeah, I know about that.
I forget where it is inside of this video. I don't remember where it is. It doesn't seem like I can scrub through and find it quite easily. Oh, there it is. Like these bits.
Okay. You have to prove that these are genuine leaks and not forgeries. That much has never been proven. How will you prove that these are genuine documents and not forgeries? The Chinese government maintains that these are forgeries. You may not agree with them, but that's what the other side is saying. Can you prove these are authentic? Where did you get these leaks from? Were these leaks obtained? Is there any way to verify that it's not just made up? And you know what's so fucked up about these leaks is that Chinese speakers literally say that these documents look like they were translated into Mandarin from English. That's what's so fucked up.
Bits of Chinese documents, okay? Okay. These bits of Chinese documentation talk about the camps. And when presented with, and literally, he had the boldness, this...
Let me write up a document accusing Joe Biden of eating babies. And Ahrelevant has to accept that, or he's a baby eater denier. Where does the source come from? Verify the authenticity of the source.
when infrared was presented with China.
You know what's fucked up about Ahrelevant? Let me tell you what's fucked up about this guy. When Destiny gave me that source, I never even brought up the dispute about its veracity. I literally granted him the source and just said, this source does not even prove a genocide. If we take every single thing from this source to be factually true, it is not enough to sustain the claim of genocide. And I argued that position and maintained it if you actually watch the fucking debate.
Chinese documentation detailing the treatment of Uyghurs, he said that it was a mistranslation and that it was hard for Americans or non-Chinese.
No, it wasn't that it was a mistranslation. It was that it was translated into Mandarin from English, meaning the original source was an English forgery that was translated into Mandarin to make it seem like it was an original leak from the Chinese government. That was my accusation. But when I brought that up to Destiny, I said, since we can't have a back and forth about that, and we're not going to agree, let me just grant you that this is an authentic source. And the debate proceeded accordingly. Ahrelevant is lying through his fucking teeth, and not a single person in his fucking chat pointed it out to him. Imagine lying through your fucking teeth this much and this fucking badly, and nobody fucking points it out.
Chinese people to read Mandarin, as if they couldn't get a native Mandarin speaker to read this public information.
But they did. They got native Mandarin speakers, and native Mandarin speakers came out and said that these were written very awkwardly in a very bizarre, botched, and unconventional way that makes them suspect it could have been translated into Mandarin from English because it shares similar patterns as the ways in which English writers and speakers usually translate things over into Mandarin.
In it because it was on the Western internet. It was bad. I just couldn't accept something I just fucking made up. He just fucking made up that I dismissed Destiny's source because it's from the Western internet. Whatever that fucking even means. He's literally just creating straw men, pulling them out of his fucking ass. And mind you, chat, all of this bullshit Ahrelevant takes as the basis of his justification for his endless stalking and obsessive harassment of me on Twitch. He says he can go 100% at me, talk all this shit about me personally because of this lie he just made up about my method of argumentation and my manner and content of argumentation when it comes to the details of the situation in Xinjiang. It depends on what parts of the Xinjiang papers from the New York Times garbage is being discussed. Some of it is legit presented in Mandarin. Yeah, I don't doubt that. But if some of the evidence is tainted, then what can you say? Then how do you know what's real and what's not real? I was like, listen, I reject this narrative that the millions of people that have looked at this documentation all cannot read it, but you can.
Wait, the millions of people who have looked at... He's trying to make it seem like millions of experts looked at these documents. When that's not true. 12 people in the New York Times editorial staff vetted and looked at these documents. There's no millions of people looking at it. Maybe there's millions of audiences, but... So Ahrelevant has gotten his panties in a bunch over the ivermectin stuff, right? Well, millions of people have listened to Joe Rogan and other narratives on Facebook about ivermectin. Does that make ivermectin a legitimate cure for COVID? Because millions of people have seen the claims about ivermectin, so Ahrelevant is literally saying millions of people are talking about ivermectin, and Ahrelevant is trying to say that ivermectin doesn't work? Millions of people have seen it. This is, by the way, his logic and his understanding of evidence in relation to truth.
Can, even though you don't even speak Mandarin. The 3 sources that he has that come straight out of fucking Xi Jinping's fucking office that read this source the way he wants it to be read counts with the literal hundreds of interpreters, including an individual that I know personally.
Okay, who do you know personally? Because I know Chinese people personally. Who do you know personally? And he doesn't understand. This is why this guy could never be a fucking lawyer. He doesn't understand. When you make the claim, the burden is upon you to prove the claim. This evidence does not stand to light in terms of its veracity. We are just supposed to trust the New York Times that they received it from a credible source, that these papers were indeed leaked from the Chinese government. Why would I just trust the New York Times? Can they prove the veracity of this leak? Can they prove it was a leak? Why should I just take their word for it when there's such a conflict of interest?
That work in interpretation that can read this fucking document and then can be like, yeah, this shit isn't like bastardized at all. This is a pretty good translation.
Okay, so do you know a native Chinese speaker who's going to look at the Xinjiang papers by the New York Times and say, none of this is sus, it's all 100% authentic Mandarin? Can you do that? Because I will actually, we can do this, because I have native Chinese speakers that say the contrary. So let's actually sort through this. Or are you talking about an interpreter who isn't a native Chinese speaker? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
Translation. All of these things, right? And he's just going to say, well, they all misread it. I can't deal with that. That is truly anti-vaxxer on JQ levels of nonsense, okay?
No, you're the anti-vaxxer because you're the one who just said that if someone makes a claim without evidence, we should just support it. So when anti-vaxxers say that vaccines don't work, we have to support it because they said it. Otherwise, you're a vaccine genocide denier. And why is he talking about Jewish people? Can someone fill me in why he's talking about Jewish people? Maybe he's an anti-Semite and he just has anti-Semitic tendencies that he just wants to smear and bring Jewish people into this when they have nothing to do with it. What a disgusting sick fuck.
I can't handle that. I refuse to. You can't deal with a person that unreasonable. You cannot. You can.
Chat. He's literally, you cannot deal with someone that unreasonable. You cannot deal with someone that unreasonable. And literally just look at him and look how enraged I would be. Imagine if you were me. I never even dismissed one source on the basis of it being Western. I even granted Destiny the assumption that the source was legitimate. And he's calling me unreasonable. Do you know how infuriating that fucking is? He's saying I'm unreasonable for something I didn't even do in the fucking first place. Because he can't actually argue this. He can't actually follow a line of argumentation. He can't actually fucking argue about this argument. He can't fucking argue or reason about it because he is dogmatically convinced that Western institutions and media, mass media, could not possibly lie about anything. That's the truth. Ahrelevant refuses to believe that all of the faces on TV that he sees and all of the legitimate, credible websites he goes on the internet could not be wrong about anything. Who has an irrational commitment to a certain outcome? Me or him? He is the one who has an irrational commitment to a certain narrative. I am willing to reason about this. He is not willing to reason. He's putting a barrier to reason based on a straw man that I am irrationally rejecting sources just because of their origin, not because of their merit on the basis of their content as quality evidence.
Cannot deal with a person that refuses to believe there are bilingual people in the West. He had the goal to say there are more people that speak German in America than there are people that speak Mandarin.
No, irrelevant. What I specifically said is that in the West, because of the cultural and grammatical and syntax differences in the language, but also the culture is important too, The ability to call out and understand the deep nuances of Mandarin, written Mandarin, and the Chinese language are going to be less common in America among the professional managerials that are dealing with this shit than if it was in German. And it's not because more people know German, it's because German as a language is more similar and closer to English. The subtleties and complexities of Chinese are going to be so vast and foreign to English speakers compared to German. That's a pretty uncontroversial, fucking just self-evident claim. And that is what I said when I talked to Destiny. But he's making the straw man that what I actually said is that, oh my God, Haas said that more people speak German in America than Mandarin. But that's not the basis of what I tried to fucking say. Now, is it? It's not about being bilingual. It's about whether or not the meaning of sources, the meaning of written Mandarin can be more misunderstood from the perspective of English rather than if the source was German. That's what I was saying. It's easier to misunderstand written Mandarin than it is German. Is that controversial? Is that controversial?
For anybody that doesn't know, there are 10 times more people that speak Mandarin, that speak Chinese, sorry, for anybody that doesn't know what Mandarin is, that speak Chinese than German in America, okay?
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with my argument, now did it? That had nothing to do with my argument about the language barrier, about the difficulties are relevant. Get it through your thick fucking skull. It's not about how many more speakers of the language there are. It's about the ability to translate into the language and back. It's about the language barrier between the two languages. How is this hard for you to understand? You can be a Chinese native speaker and still understand how vast the barrier is to English and how hard it is compared to German to translate from Chinese to English while retaining all of the original subtleties, intentions, emotions, and connotations of the source. It's about the language barrier, Ahrelevant, not about how many people understand Chinese, but the barrier between Chinese and English itself. Please, someone in the chat, if this confuses you, bring it up to me so I can see why people are confused about this. Why would anyone be confused about this? Go ahead. What's confusing? What is so confusing about this fact? Is this like mind-boggling, impossible to understand? So it seems like everyone understands it. Yeah, it confuses nobody but Ahrelevant in his coping fucking chat. Absolutely fucking pathetic. Not that those think tanks have enough people understanding Chinese anyway. Let's see. Look at this! Look at this, just to show you how fucking pathetic Ahrelevant's argument is. U.S. intelligence review of whether COVID-19 leaked from the Wuhan lab seems to have been hampered by a lack of enough analysts trained to understand the highly technical, mostly Chinese language information. Because it's not enough to actually speak Chinese. You have to also be able to overcome the language barrier, which is an entirely different ballgame. Right? But even if we ignore my argument and grant Ahrelevant the lie that I was saying more people speak German in America than Chinese, you don't actually know that if among the expertise and professional managerial classes, if more people know Chinese than German, which was the decisive point anyway, if more people in the New York Times understand German rather than Chinese, even the straw man you're arguing with would blow your argument the fuck out.
This is unreal, the amount of misinformation this guy has. And so I reject, having a conversation.
Not only Are you misinformed about Xinjiang? You are literally spreading misinformation about arguments I made that are readily available to anyone. You don't need to understand Chinese not to fucking spread information and lie about my actual position and lie about the things I've actually argued and said. Those things are publicly accessible to anyone who can access YouTube and speak English. You are the most unforgivable, fucking disgusting liar on Twitch.
Conversation with him, because it just always breaks down. Look at any of those conversations I link. It always breaks down into, well, you're just using West.
Are you saying Americans don't have enough people to translate the Chinese language? You fucking stupid or no? Are you stupid or no? Chat, explain what I mean. Explain to them what I actually mean. Go ahead. Explain what I actually mean to him. I'm sick of fucking doing it. I've done it dozens of times in this fucking stream. I have a little Ahrelevant who doesn't understand basic fucking logic. It doesn't matter how many Chinese speakers you have, the language barrier is still fundamentally more vast than between English and German. Get it through your fucking head.
Western sources. It's like, okay, what sources do you want? Well, I need, Xi Jinping to give a stamp on it in order for it to be considered a good source.
Fucking lied again. I'm just gonna point out he's a liar every time he lies. When he repeats shit I already addressed.
It's like, okay, dude, I'll let you know when Xi Jinping.
Liar.
No. But
Fucking liar.
besides literal state documents, Xi Jinping gives a
Fucking liar, straw man bullshit.
green light to everybody in the international community that they're genociding a group of people. Yeah, because that's happened. That's
Fucking liar, fucking making shit up. And by the way, the whole international community is allowed to go to Xinjiang and investigate. They're just not given unlimited security clearance, which you're not even given in America either. So what is America hiding, huh? Maybe they're actually a country with national security concerns? Fucking liar.
That's totally happened.
Why are we talking about the Mandarin?
Fucking liar.
Are we doing MCU spoilers now?
Nice meme. Nice meme. My buddy was really upset the way they did that character. Anyway,
When you start reading something or doing something, you need to be aware of these biases so they don't poison your ability to understand the material. I have to know for myself as I go through this. I don't like Joe Rogan, okay? That doesn't mean that every single thing Joe says is wrong, though. Okay? He might say some things that are factually correct. You cannot let your personal dislike of somebody taint your ability to understand what are otherwise rational, reasonable arguments. Number one. Number two, ivermectin seems dumb based on everything I've heard so far. However, there might
Will he ever debate me? No. The language barrier's vastness does not mean any reasonable information cannot be gleaned by the people translating. Translations cannot magically lose all meaning. They can be reasonable. They can't be reasonable when the decisive details in the translation rest upon certain wordings and certain tones and certain words. That's why. You can have a roughly reasonable translation that has an entirely different meaning from the original. And by the way, keep talking out of your uninformed fucking ass. You've never translated Mandarin to English in your fucking life. There's people in my chat right now who have, and they will say you're fucking stupid.
might be a chance that Joe is going to bring up something that we haven't heard before, or that new evidence has come to light that shows that it might be effective. So I have to be aware of these two things, so that when stuff comes up, I don't just let my mind automatically go to, oh, Joe said he's wrong, he's dumb. Oh, ivermectin stupid, everything is a lie. Okay. No matter what they say in the video, these two prevailing biases are going to.
You can easily disprove his counter arguments, though. No, this is the issue, right? I think a lot of people don't realize how bad faith works, right? So actually, you know what we could do? We could do an exercise.
He's gonna cope that it's about bad faith and not about the fact that he literally just can't argue. Because again, all of the examples he gave of bad faith were lies. He was lying about my arguments, and I'm not going to say he misunderstood my arguments, because it is so left field from what I actually said that it is with 100% certainty an intentional lie about what I said.
Does anybody want to come in here? Actually, I'm not sure if I can do this on stream, because I think people are going to clip it and then not care that it's in context. Anybody, like... I couldn't do it offline either, because somebody could just record it.
What is he saying? He's saying, can someone here argue with me? And he's scared someone's going to argue with him and make him look stupid. So he's like, I can't do that on stream. So fucking pathetic.
It's really hard. A good example of this, actually, is somebody called Nuance Bro. In Destiny talking to Nuance Bro. And then run down, well, this person, tell me what makes them, like, Western sources. Something that has been asked in all three... Never like doing
Western sources, Western sources, Western sources, Western sources, Western sources, Western sources, Western sources. I'm irrelevant. I'm going to keep making a straw man of something Haas never even said and a position he never even adopted in his whole fucking life. I'm just going to make shit up about Haas's actual position, even though I can't back it up with any fucking evidence. Forget about what's going on in Xinjiang. Okay, I'm going to make a promise to chat. If Ahrelevant can prove that I made the argument that a source can be dismissed just because it is Western, I will shave my head and wear a dress every day for the rest of my life. I will shave my head and wear a dress for the rest of my fucking life. But if I'm correct, and my position was not that the source was Western, but something more essential, then Ahrelevant has to delete his Twitch account. Or I'll raise the stakes. I'll delete my account if I'm wrong, and he can delete his account if he's wrong. I'm willing to put that on the line. Are you willing to take that offer up, Ahrelevant? Because I would love for nothing fucking more than to never have to hear about you for the rest of my life. So when you debating him, he literally went on a 30-minute tangent to his chat, coping and lying about why he can't debate me because I'm bad faith. Don't fucking ask me when I'm debating him. I'll debate him right fucking now.
I'm not gonna, because at that point what you're talking about is meat.
I literally told the Zerka Royale producer that if Ahrelevant comes on, I'll come on the Zerka Royale right fucking now. So don't ask me when I'm gonna fucking debate this guy. Don't fucking ask me when I'm gonna do it.
Bad faith. I refuse and I reject arguing in bad faith. The only times I've been considering...
I refuse and I reject arguing in bad faith. And that's why I'm going to literally lie through my fucking teeth and fucking say 100% false things about Haas. I can literally name you dozens of things he said wrong. He goes, Haas says that sources can't be trusted just because they're Western. Never said that in my life. Haas got mad just because he was called a virgin. The biggest fucking lie that he's fucking told so far. Haas was really mad that Hassan's taller than him. I literally praised Hassan's width and said that I respect Hassan's physical build. What else does he fucking lie about? He lies about everything he fucking lies about. He's a fucking professional liar.
On this. The only times I will ever engage in bad faith is if the individual I'm talking to is engaging in bad faith, propagating something like X, Y, and Z, like Nazi shit or what have you, and I cannot reasonably back out of the conversation.
I have to call you and slander you as a Nazi as an excuse to run away from you.
Because I don't want to be somebody that participates in bad faith. I refuse that.
I don't want to be somebody that participates in bad faith. That's why I'm going to take a streamer who's talking about his mental health issues and completely make a spectacle of it and like a fucking coward join in with my chat and completely make fun of and dehumanize this guy. I'm such a good person. I'm not a bad faith person. I'm a good person. I'm irrelevant. I'm a good person.
I want to stand on
Listen, I don't mind. You can make fun of me all you want. I just want it to be a two-way street. I want it to be a two-way street. I want to be able to make fun of you too. And I didn't even make fun of you yet. That's the thing. If you thought what I said about you before is making fun of you, fool, you do not know. You do not know. You do not fucking know the things I would say about you. You really don't.
My feet and be able to say I don't do that. Nebulous arguments like what? Nebulous arguments like they're poisoned by Western affiliation, and then
Is anyone in chat just shocked at how much he repeats this lie? Guys, are you seeing this? Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? What the... Can you fucking believe this? Can you fucking believe this? And by the way, let me show you something. All of these videos are recommended Destiny videos. Why don't you listen to your fucking master, Destiny? Destiny literally said, I'm not going to bother Haas right now because he seems like he's going through something and I'm not going to exploit him. That's what your fucking master, Destiny, said. So listen to your fucking master. Because Destiny's sort of a human being, or he's a human being. I don't know him that well, but that was pretty human of him. That's what Destiny did, Ahrelevant. Himself. You know, you need to stop trying to copy people selectively. At least copy him fully. He's a literal clone because he can only get views by farming drama. Yeah. Thank you, True Vader. Appreciate you.
When you ask them what that is, well, their love of the West is clouding their ability to give accurate reporting. A common claim made with Destiny, Vosh, and the other guy. And it's like, okay, what does that mean? Well, they're a big business in America, so they have invested monetary interest in America. And then when asked, how does that, do you have any proof that that contaminates their views or changes their views? Then he'll just create some nebulous claim like, well, it clearly does. They make a bunch of money off of it. That's it. That's it. And then so I go like, well, do you have proof of that? How are you even supposed to get proof of that? Right? How would you even go about getting proof of that? Right? It becomes really hard. So yeah, that's what I mean. It gets lost in the weeds. I feel like people don't understand how difficult it is to deal with somebody who has bad faith.
Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. I literally went on a stream debating fucking neo-Nazis and Nazis. People who literally defend Nazis. And I fucking debated them and beat them. And this guy is too scared to debate a fucking ML leftist. Dude, I've debated. I can literally debate anyone. I can debate anyone. Ahrelevant, why... Dude, you're talking about bad faith. Destiny literally debates Nazis. He debated Holocaust deniers. And he won. How can you be such a coward? I don't get it. So he's trying to be like, so guys, it's really impossible to debate people who are bad faith. It's actually impossible. There's no way to do it. I guess we just have to take the L and lose. Okay, then lose and shut your fucking mouth and move on. You can't, on the one hand, run away coping, saying, oh, I can't debate Hazi's bad faith, and on the other hand, cover my VODs every fucking day. You can't do both, irrelevant. You can't do both. One or the other. Either fuck off, because you're admitting you're taking the L, or debate me. If you don't want to debate me, then fuck off. Why is that hard? Why is that fucking hard? I don't get why that's got to be hard. Why does that have to be so fucking hard? Did you challenge him to a debate? Yes. Many times. Many fucking times.
I highly recommend you watch the Nuance. I tried my entire career to avoid ever having to be bad faith myself and what have you, because when you're bad faith, you make just wild, ridiculous claims. There still was this 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes. They've still on defining fascism.
Do you think it takes... How long do you think it would take to actually define fascism accurately? Irrelevant. So this is what stupid people don't understand. There's a discontinuity between what you find sensible and meaningful and the ability for you to expound that sense into a form worthy of it. Like, Ahrelevants, like, okay, do you think it took 2 seconds to, for Renaissance painters to make grandiose, beautiful works of art? I mean, those works of art are going to conjure pretty simple feelings from viewers. But it takes so much work to make the art. The input and output is not the same. The input is really hard, and the output is what's simple. Right? Yeah, people write books about fascism. You really think you can reduce fascism to a definition? Obviously, that definition's not gonna fucking hold. But I've talked about this like millions of times. I've talked about this so many... This is giving me flashbacks to my original fucking streams. Can someone just link Ahrelevant, what I've already said about this stuff, about definitions? And I'm gonna challenge Ahrelevant when I debate him. And I will debate this fucking guy. He can't run away from me forever. I'm gonna press him. Ahrelevant, define fascism for me. And we're gonna see if his definition can be consistent. What is fascism? What is fascism? And we will see if this definition cannot be turned around and lead to very awkward conclusions about the world. Remember, I proved that Joe Biden was a fascist based on Umberto Eco's 14 points.
4.5 minutes. I can do. Trust me, okay? I can gaslight people to infinity and back. I can do this shit. I just don't want to do this. All right?
Because you're scared and you're bluffing. Because even if you're facing me in bad faith, you will still get fucking rolled. Irrelevant. You're coping about good and bad faith. Why don't you just be bad faith yourself? I'll still destroy you whether you're good. I don't need your charity or your faith. We're just going to stick to logical consistency, which is indifferent to good and bad faith, by the way.
I don't want to do this. I could probably make this guy literally cry live. Clearly, he cares a lot about his masculinity. And
One's in the chat if you think Ahrelevant can make me cry. He said, I can literally make this cry. He's insecure about his masculinity. Okay, one's in the chat if you think I could make him cry. If I wasn't bound by the rules. Could I actually get in his head and make him cry? What do you think? I think so too. I really think so too. I really think so too. And I can't make everyone cry. I can make this guy cry if I wanted to. I really, really could. But I'm just bound by the TOS, and so is he. But if we had no TOS, and he gives his all, and I give my all, he would be the one coming out crying, not me. I would be the one manic with rage and joy. I think he would keep his composure. He can't even keep his composure watching VODs of me, and he's going to keep his composure. That doesn't make any sense. Can't even keep his composure watching VODs of me. What do you think of Hannah Arendt's thoughts on fascism? I think Hannah Arendt is a loser. I don't care about her.
I could poke into that. I could probably make him stop streaming. But I don't want to do that. I refuse to.
What? He can make me stop streaming? I'm calling the bluff. I don't know what I have to do to get this bluff called, but I am calling the bluff, and I am going to assure that this bluff is called. He can make me stop streaming and make me cry. Oh my god. Wahyat Allah, I crave to have a private conversation. Wahyat Allah, I beg, Allah, please, please let me talk to him in private. No one is allowed to record. No one is allowed to see. Allah, please let me do this. Tonight, I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray tonight. I don't pray 5 times a day. I'm going to pray before bed tonight and so I don't remember exactly how to do it. I am going to pray. Oh my God, I'm a little bit excited. I'm not going to lie to you. There's nothing I want more right now than for Ahrelevant to honor his bluff and go through with it and see if he can make me cry and stop streaming. He thinks he knows how to get under my fucking skin. That's what he thinks. You don't know anything, Ahrelevant, because you don't know why I have the breaking points I do. Because there's nothing you could do. The only thing is between me and God as my witness. You as an individual can do nothing. No individual can do anything. It's only when I'm in situations that cannot be solved that I'm in a fucking problem. Paradoxes for me. You are not such a situation. You are an individual I would fucking roll over. Everything in your fucking arsenal. Call me short, call me bald, call me a manlet, call me a virgin, call me whatever the fuck you want, Ahrelevant. Oh my God, I'm just thinking of that photo with him and Destiny, where he's awkwardly standing next to Destiny. Oh my God. I would break him. He would cry so fucking hard. I would literally destroy this guy. I would literally destroy his soul. His fucking soul. Just looking at how he stands. I would traumatize him. He would be traumatized. He would be traumatized talking to Ahaz, not bound by any TOS. He would be traumatized. I promise you he would be traumatized. He would need therapy. I promise you he would be traumatized and he would need therapy. If I have so many problems and mental issues, you don't think I'm cognizant of them and I don't know how to that they don't give me insight in how to destroy other human beings? Do you know how fucking cruel I can be? Do you know how fucking cruel I can be? Do you really know how fucking cruel I can be? You want to know what's sick, chat? Sometimes I can be so fucking cruel that I give people Stockholm Syndrome. I literally make them see me as like their dad. They literally get Stockholm Syndrome and they start to cry up. You know what? I actually like you. You're my protector now. You're my daddy now. Done this to men. I've gone so fucking hard on them that I turn them into my bitches. They treat me like a god. Like a fucking god who's judged them. They treat me like a god. Like a god who's judged them. That's how fucking cruel I can be. That's how fucking cruel I can be. That's how much I can get into people's fucking head. Uncaged. What my words will say, cut deep. And the reason they will cut deep is because they're true. Because they're true. I have come to terms with my weakness. Others have not come to terms with their weakness. Trust me, trust me, trust me. I can show people worlds that would make them wish that all of creation had never come to be. I can show people worlds that make people beg and wish they were a fucking sardine. Reincarnated. Don't talk about who can make who cry and make who quit. You are relevant, have not experienced what I have. You have not survived what I have. And a guy like me can really, really open your horizons. If I wasn't bound by TOS, I could make you my God. I can make me your God. I can make me your God. I could make you worship me. I could break you down so much that you start to fucking worship me. There's a certain level of cruelty that I exact on my enemies, that I can exact on my enemies, where I destroy and shatter their entire horizon of meaning and make the world a trauma. And then I become the source of meaning because I'm the one who inflicted it. I inflicted the wound and I become the healing. That's what I could do to you, Ahrelevant. Never fucking forget that leftist id bullshit is the only fucking thing separating you from being Oz's worshiper. Never forget that.
To do all of this shit because it's immoral, it's cringe as fuck, and honestly, I'm actually going to be held to account for my words. He won't. He's a tanky. Nobody's going to hold him to fucking account for any of the things that he says. I don't want to do any of these things. I refuse and reject to be bad faith and all of these things. I don't want to do that.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it and you'll blow. Wait, what? Make me cry right now? I mean, okay. Japan for 24 hours. See you tomorrow, buddy. Wait, why? If he stopped streaming, the net good on the world to be... No, I'm not gonna fucking bully him out of streaming. That's like unironically fucking some chaotic evil type beat.
No, I'll tell you the reason you're not gonna do it. Because it's not allowed on Twitch. That's why I want to give you the opportunity to do it offline. And we could do it in person. So there'll be no recording, nothing. And we'll see who quits streaming. We will see who quits streaming. And who cries. By the way. Look. The idea that a man, a mortal being, can make me cry. Even my father can't make me cry. Even my mother can't make me cry. A mortal being. Forget about that they're a mortal being. Someone as low as Ahrelevant can make me cry and quit streaming. Test your theory that the reason I quit Zerka's podcast is because I was called a virgin. Just call me a virgin and see what happens. See if I cry and quit streaming. Go ahead. Just do it. See if it makes me cry and quit streaming. But if you don't want to get banned, you best do it offline. You best do it offline. Even God has trouble making me fucking cry. But he can do it. But even he has trouble. Even he has trouble making me cry. And you can do it? Do you think he's projecting when he frames you as a fragile user? Yes. When I look at his body language, his posture, and his gestures, as well as just looking at his face, yeah, this guy could shatter like glass. This guy could shatter like glass. This guy can really shatter like glass. Easily. Easily. I look at his body language, his posture, just he's a very noodly, wiggly type of person. Very, very much easily broken. Very easily broken. I mean, he would be... listen, am I sadistic? Because I'm not going to lie to you, chat. I really want to do it. It's like... I can't explain it to you. I'm a fucking tiger. I just want to do it. I just want to be able to break this person and break their spirit. I can't. I'm not allowed to. As if he doesn't agree to it, that it's offline and no one sees anything. Do you feel pity, empathy, or at least pity? No, not to my enemies. No. To my enemies, I have no empathy and no pity. To my enemies, I leave them to the judgment of God. I leave them. God can be empathetic for them, not me. React to it on YouTube? No. Even on YouTube, you're not allowed. The only way is if it's offline and he agrees to it. He has to agree to it, and it has to be offline.
That's a bold claim that demands demonstration. He got triggered by being called a virgin, okay? I think I could probably say a couple more things to him and probably get him to cry. I think I could probably do that, you know? He literally, like, rage quit a fucking panel because he was called a virgin.
So why didn't I cry when Bullet called me a virgin? Because she's done that many times, and I laughed. If that was the reason, how come when Bullet does it, I don't care? But I'm sick of talk. I'm sick of talk. At this point, I'm very, 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 very interested. My interest has peaked now. I demand we test this. 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 I'm sick of fucking talking about it. I don't want to fucking talk about it anymore. I want to test who can make who cry. I want to test who can make who cry. I really need to test this. I really need the satisfaction of breaking his spirit. I really need it at this point. So we must test this. And if you refuse to test it, you just told your fucking chat that you were bluffing.
Like, I don't know, dude.
He was close to crying over Hassan's house. He was close to crying in this VOD. Every time I see this fucking guy, he seems like he's on the verge of tears. He's always whining and bitching and crying. He always seems like he's about to fucking cry. Look at him. Haas, were you ever beat or have past trauma? Every trauma in my life, I wield like a spear. God help my enemies. God fucking help my enemies. Every human being has trauma. There's no unique trauma. Every human being is defined by their trauma. Every human being is defined by their trauma. So how do you relate to your trauma? I wield mine like a spear, and I destroy my enemies with it. Because if it can happen to me, if my psyche can be shattered as a child, I can shatter the psyche of others. Especially if they've never experienced it.
He just called him a Western chauvinist because he said that he was a fascist. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's just the unreal levels of bullshit here. That was a Virgin Rage Quit? Yeah, the guy top left literally rage quit Zerka's panel and said that Zerka was a snake friend because he didn't ban everybody in his chat that was calling this guy.
Is Ahrelevant a liar? Chat? He just said I called Zerka a snake. Chat, did I ever call Zerka a snake? Did I ever call him a snake? Ahrelevant. Please point where I called him a snake. And point to where I said I'm mad at Zerka for not banning them. Did I say that I expect that? Yes, I did say that. And then I even corrected myself. I said, okay, don't ban them. Just call it out. That's what I said. But he's saying I called Zerka a snake.
Guy Virgin. And then proceeded to the day after online say that I lack like, what was the specific quote? Let me get the quote. Said that Ahrelevant can't improve his own manhood, lack thereof, so he takes it out on men who look like me. So sad and pathetic. Like, yes. Yeah, and then like...
Yeah, I stand by that 100%. Absolutely stand by that. You see, here's the thing. A man like me will literally go on stream and I can talk about my feelings. And the reason I can talk about my feelings on stream is because I can defend myself. Can you imagine that? I can do it because I can defend myself. I can wear everything with pride. No one has anything they can hold against me. Because everything I say, I have a confidence of truth. You have a sociological, anthropological misunderstanding. You think I'm appealing to your sympathy, or I'm appealing to the need for people to help me and defend me. I'm vulnerable. No. If I struggle between me and God, I can talk about that on stream. Because I can protect myself. No one has anything on me. There's nothing you could say. There is nothing you could say. Nothing you could say. You know, if you have an issue with Ahrelevant, you can call into his Discord during his stream any day, anytime. Really? Is he live now? No, he's not. When did he go live? When does he go live? He's live in like 4 hours? Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
Like, I'm low-key beta energy. Like, I don't know. This guy's clearly a performer, dude.
So, wait. Do you think a man who talks about their doubts and about what they truly do feel means that's beta energy? No. A man who talks about what they feel and whines and appeals to other sympathy, and appeals to others to protect them. That's beta energy. A man who has passion and is a real raw human being who can actually back up what they say and defend themselves, that's super alpha energy. You think a fucking alpha male means you're like the Terminator? No, that's a bluff. That's a fake. A man expresses himself, his true self, freely, without restraints.
Is he a virgin, though? I don't want to speculate to that because as much as memes go, he seems to really hate being called a virgin and shit like that. And I just don't really want to, just don't care to, like, bully him. So I'm just not. I just don't care. I'm not going to call him a virgin. I'm not going to say, like, he's, like, a small man or anything like this. I'm not going to do it.
You see? You guys see what he's saying, right? He knows it's TOS, but he's like, okay, why did he say small man, right? Because he's trying to sneak this and be like, okay, not going to call him a virgin. I'm not going to call him a small man. So what else do you have? And then I'm also balding. Then what else? Wait. Hold on. Remember who's calling me a small man, by the way. I want you to remember the guy calling me a small man. And he is calling me a small man when he says that. He obviously is. He's the guy on the left. This is who's calling me a small man. And I would be this height with my width. Right here. My head would be right here. With my width and my build. Who's the small man? Is this a big man? What's this? Is this a big man? He means like mentally small. No, he fucking doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't. He continually brings up my height. Unprovoked. So I want to know, he's 5'11 or 6'0, which is 3 inches taller than me at most. Does he really think those 3 inches are going to make a difference? Especially when we can compare our builds? Don't talk about my body, Ahrelevant. There's a lot of things I just noticed about your body that I'm not allowed to point out. Yeah. I don't know if you guys noticed it. Don't mention it. Don't say it. But we all noticed. We noticed it about Ahrelevant. I noticed it. Let's not talk about our bodies, Ahrelevant, when you're trying to sneak diss me. Chill, mods. See, we actually have to moderate our shit. Mods, you gotta chill. Mods, I'm not kidding here. Yeah. Go to town on them. Remember, there's a double standard. We can't be like his chat where they say whatever they want. It's not like their chat where they say whatever the fuck they want, right? Go a neutral moderator, host the debate, and go point by point. He's running away. He won't because he's screaming about bad faith. He won't. And Ahrelevant. If you want to bring sexuality into it, you know your girl's going to be involved too, right? Like, I'm talking about offline when we talk about this. Like, if you're laying pipe right now, we're going to judge the quality of what's going on. I am going to judge that. And I'm going to bring that into it. And under other circumstances, I wouldn't even consider it. But I really wonder, if you are in a relationship, what she thinks of me. I really do wonder. Especially if I gave her the attention that you're not giving her. I really wonder about that. I really, really wonder about that. I really wonder if she would find me charming. Sure, she's a sweet girl, you know? I'm really wondering if you want to go there. If you really do. Nothing's off limits to me, Ahrelevant. Nothing. And I'll take an L to prove a point. I'll do something I would otherwise never even consider. Because of how high I set the bar for relationships. But for you, I would make an exception. You know, I don't know. She should know that I usually don't respond to DMs. If she sends me a DM, I promise I will respond. If she sends me a DM, I'll respond to that DM. I definitely will. Definitely will. I will definitely respond. My DMs are open. And if you need a shoulder to cry on because you're sick of dating a person who doesn't fulfill you and just isn't really strong in general and has weakness and just is jealous and obsessive of other men, I am literally here. And I know you're thinking, no, never, right? But I know at least you're a little tempted. So think it over. My DMs are open, you know? That's all I'm saying. They're open.
Do any of these memes. I just don't care to. I just make the arguments I made the entire time. He has proceeded to have conversations with numerous individuals that are much better arguing against people who are bad faith than me, right? I have the unfortunate plague where I have to, where I don't really like rolling around in the mud, so I don't like making bad.
Does he have a girl? I don't know. I literally don't know. But if he does, I'm just putting it out there that my DMs are open to her. That's all I'm saying. My DMs are open. You can DM me anytime you want. Anytime. And I will respond. I usually literally never respond to DMs. But I would respond to that one.
Bad faith arguments, or what have you. Yeah, and so it becomes a lot more difficult for me to combat bad faith argumentation. And even still, like, I just, he can say what he wants about me, man. It's not that big of a deal. I don't really care if he targets my manhood. I think it's weird to say, like, can't approve his own manhood and lack thereof after getting, like, triggered and rage quitting because everybody on a panel called you a virgin.
0 people on the panel called me a virgin. The chat had hostile intent toward me, so I saw fit to go to the gym and be about my business. But it's curious you're using that line of reasoning when Bullet jokingly calls me a virgin all the time, and I don't care. And I never got mad over it once. Not once. Not even once. He says he doesn't care, but he dedicates hours upon hours covering you. Yeah, exactly.
That's really weird. But yeah. Yeah, sure. You said that you're not liberal, but you're deeply politics. There's contradiction there. So you're liberal. You're fascist, bro. Now I know. He tried to gaslight Rem into believing he's racist? Wait, really? He tried to pull the race card on Rem as well? Oh, you know what?
No. You fucking liar. Rem pulled the transphobia and homophobia card on me before anyone started talking about idpol. So why did Rem randomly call me homophobic and transphobic when I didn't say anything about sexuality? Bullet said she only called you a virgin once. Yeah, I'm saying me and Bullet are cool, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. We're cool. I'm not trying to accuse her of shit. She didn't do anything wrong, and it wasn't harassment. She didn't have bad intent. I don't mean it like that. We're cool, okay? That's not how I meant it. What I meant to say is that I don't get mad when people call me that. It just depends on the intention. Where they could have said I'm stupid and it would have been the same. That chat could have said I'm stupid and it'd be the same thing. Yeah.
The reason why Infrared keeps focusing on me is because he's racist as well. He hates black people. Or excuse me, he hates brown people. That's why he ignores the Uyghur Muslims. That makes sense. It's all coming together.
What? What are you fucking talking about? Are you Uyghur? You realize many Uyghurs are whiter than me, right? What a racist, ignorant thing to say. But anyway, on the Rem shit, I called Rem a racist because they pulled the idpol shit first, calling me homophobic and transphobic, literally out of nowhere. Just because Rem doesn't fucking understand Kant, I'm homophobic and transphobic. Well, in that case, you're a racist. Because why are you assuming I'm homophobic? Yeah, Ahrelevants is literally racist and thinks all Muslims are brown when Uyghur Muslims are just not brown. They're really not.
He's so butthurt about it.
Absolute fuck. What you're witnessing, guys, is the absolute fucking domination of another streamer. Imagine being in this person's position. Just absolute fucking humiliation.
Destiny. Okay.
He talk about me to my face. How much shit would he talk about me to my face?
What's he talking about here?
How much shit would Ahrelevant talk to me face to face with me?
What, am I afraid
So
that
I
you should have physically assault me, dude? Hey, listen, dude, I've met
Hey, look how sensitive he is. He's talking about physical assault now. I'm relevant. I'm just saying face to face.
much bigger men than you and talk shit in front of them. Oh, you know what? Actually, you know what? There's no way to prove that, so fuck it, dude. You know what? You're right.
Okay, let's test it then. I'm willing to test it. Are you willing to test it? You're willing to talk shit to my face. Let's test it. Let's test it. I'm willing to test it. Are you?
I'd slink away, dude. What is this?
Give me a definition of fascism.
No, see, here's the thing with Red Pill. We have a meme among our red people. We call your definition mongering the reduction of the meaning of words to more strings of words in a box.
That's what a big man sounds like, by the way. He called me a small man, but that's what a big man sounds like, right? That's the laugh a big man has, a laugh like that, right?
The Sigma way.
I care what he says on stream. I know I see Ahrelevants in the gym all the time. Ahrelevants walk into the gym and they scurry by because they're scared to even look at me. I'm in the gym working out and I have the whole gym to myself, and I always see these Ahrelevants walk into the gym and I look at them and I give them a death stare because I'm like, you motherfucker, these are my machines. I'm here in this gym. I was here first. I'm doing supersets. You better not touch my fucking shit, right? And I take up off these Ahrelevants. They walk in the gym and they just scurry by. They scurry by me, right? They scurry by. How much shit?
It sounds like he's talking a lot of shit about black people. Better cancel him.
What? Is Ahrelevant making racist jokes at black people's expense, mocking anti-black racism? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
Better play that race card the way that he plays the race card with everybody else. Like, I don't know.
Oh, really? I'm the one who plays the race card, and not people like Rem who randomly call me transphobic and homophobic, and not people like Vaush who called me a fascist right out of the fucking bat, which is, by the way, something bannable. Oh, I'm the one using the cancel culture card, right? What's more cancelable? Calling someone an anti-Arab racist or a literal Nazi? Rem has literally called me a Nazi. He literally called me a neo-Nazi and compared me to a Holocaust denier. Whose cancellation is more exaggerated and egregious? Mine or his?
No, he's got to be memeing. I don't know, he's got to be memeing. I don't really care. Like, I get gassed up when he makes political statements. I've said it before. He's a pretty entertaining dude on Zerka's podcast. It's regrettable that he's no longer going to be on Zerka's podcast. I said this time and time again, at least 5 times. I have it on record. I said he's an entertaining dude on these podcasts. It's too bad that he's a tanky and talks about politics.
It's too bad he's a tanky. He does it bad. Well, I'll be going to Hogwarts, so don't worry. I'll be going to Hogwarts next year. So you'll be seeing me next year, next semester. So don't worry. It's not going to be regrettable.
If you're 100, why the fuck aren't you focused on working out? Stop looking at everyone, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that even, like, I don't know. Is it when he enters the gym, he has to, assert dominance over people? It's just a weird look. Even Hunch.
No, I do dominate. That's the difference. I see Ahrelevants every day in the gym.
He'd have to look up to have like, no, let's not meme about his fucking height. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't want to have these things. I don't care that he's, like, shorter than me. I don't care that, like, any of this shit, dude. I don't want to stoop to this level. I don't. All right? I'm not gonna make any physical comments about him. I'm just not. I don't want to make any physical comments about him.
I mean, like, I could, but I'm not. So do it then. I really want to, like, compare. If you're claiming you're holding back, then don't hold back. We'll talk about it offline. I know you can't do it on Twitch, but we'll do it offline. I'm willing.
Whatsoever, okay? I'm just gonna stick with the critiques that I've made, okay? It's really fucking weird.
Which critiques?
That he's talking about how insulted he was that he was called a virgin. Literally, and yesterday I was talking about how genuinely, and I mean this, if you cannot handle being called a virgin on a panel or on a podcast or with somebody by somebody's chat, you will not make it on Twitch. Period. You cannot.
Wait. He's telling me about who can make it on Twitch when he's a 200 viewer Andy after like 3 years minimum, and I'm a 600, 700 viewer Andy after what, 6 months? So he knows how to make it on Twitch? What does he know about making it on Twitch? Second, he keeps repeating the lie that I care people call me a virgin, when I literally explained the exact reason why I left many times. Being called a virgin has nothing to do with it.
Not make it on Twitch. You will end up quitting. You will. You can't do that. Like, it is the most standard thing that has ever happened in the history of the internet ever. Not that you ought not to. You should be able to have a space.
Wait. So let me ask the question. Guys, was I ever called a virgin before the podcast? In this chat or Zerka's chat? Was I? Yes or no? Yeah, many times. So why didn't I care? Why didn't I care? Why don't I care? If Ahrelevants right, why didn't I care? Maybe it's the context. Maybe it's the intention. He compared Palestinians to right-wingers. What? Yeah, it's about intent and context. That's exactly it. Why did he call Palestinians right-wingers? The fuck?
Space wherever the fuck you like. Lumiru's community is pretty inviting towards not having things like that said. Who else's community? Like those like unironic safe spaces would do really. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Wait, Ahrelevant is the one who says I need a safe space, and he just accused me of talking about physical assault. Interesting. Ahrelevant. Twitch is your safe space. Trust me, it's your safe space. Trust me, you have a safe space here. You could not mentally, psychologically handle ahas outside of this Twitch space. I promise you. This safe space. I promise you. You would not psychologically or spiritually be able to tolerate that. I genuinely promise you that. This is your safe space. This is definitely your safe space.
There's a big ass fucking bug here. Uh-oh. Only got a couple of its legs. That's fucking disgusting.
Unwavering purpose.
Alright, well, we'll see what happens to it. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, don't make fun of the guy's physical appearance or his height or anything like that. I've talked about this before. Just because like somebody is...
Can listen. Let me just be clear about something. If it wasn't for Twitch TOS, I would literally tell you guys, you have permission to call me a virgin. I don't know what the rules are, like if I'm even allowed to tolerate that in my chat. But you can just do that. You can just do that. Or how about this? In Discord, you can do it. I give you full permission to do it on Discord. Okay? I gave you the virgin pass. You can call me a virgin on Discord, since that's where it's allowed. How many times did he bring up the virgin thing? Like, dozens of times. It's almost like he's obsessed with my sexuality, which is weird. But, yeah, if you guys want to call me a virgin, call me a virgin. I literally don't care. On Discord. It's not allowed on Twitch, but on Twitch, I don't care. You can call me that. Okay? It's just that usually people say things with intent and meaning and context, and not just for whatever fucking reason. Please do not get violent. And I'm the one who needs a safe space, right? I'm the one who needs a safe space. Just to be clear with you guys, I'm not even saying this ironically. There is nothing fucking wrong with being a virgin. Nothing. If it's by choice. If it's not by choice and you're desperate, I don't know what to tell you. I guess there's nothing wrong with it, but you know, I think you could probably work on it. You know, you could really work on that really easily, probably. But if it's by choice, that is very noble. That is very noble. That is very noble to me, in my eyes. Even for a man, it's noble. Some people are just... Dude, you know what? I wish I was just a virgin until I got married and then lost it to my wife and we had kids and we just went about our business. Just growing old together and that's it. You know how much I fucking wish that? You know how much I would wish for that? That's not life. Or it's not my life, at least. I wish I could just do that. Get married at 20 or 19 and just wait. I wish. That's not life. That ain't how it is.
Is overweight or short or has really bad like acne or something like this, don't catch people in the crossfire, right? I don't want people.
Wait, what did he say? Hold on. Where's my acne? I have acne? Where? Like he's listing off all the things. He's listing off all the things that he wants to say but can't because of TOS. So let's see what he says.
Uh-oh. Only got a couple of its legs. That's fucking disgusting.
Unwavering purpose.
History of the internet ever. Not that you ought not to. You should be able to have a space wherever the fuck you like. Lumiru's community is pretty inviting towards not having things like that said. Who else? That's fucking disgusting. Or anything like that. I've talked about this before. Just because like somebody is overweight or short or has really bad like acne or something like this, don't catch people in the crossfire.
What? Wait. He's saying I'm overweight? Hold on. I'm overweight? Yeah, I'm overweight. Because of literal fucking muscle mass. Ahrelevant, please let's not go down that road. Let's please not go down that road. I literally just saw a picture of you. I have 1,000 things to say about our physiques. Let's just say Ahrelevant. I'm going to say this. If I had no muscle mass, I would be less overweight than someone. I don't know who, but someone. If I had no muscle mass, I would be much underweight compared to some people. That's all I'll say. I'm just going to say that. That's it. Compared to just an irrelevant person. Just an irrelevant person. They're not relevant to the conversation.
Right? I don't want people to feel like just because you're short and you're like...
I don't mean him. I don't mean irrelevant. I just mean someone irrelevant to the conversation. Not him. I'm just going to clarify. It's not him. Someone else in my mind that I just thought about right now.
I don't know, making arguments at people and you're making fun of people, that means that therefore it's okay to make fun of you for being like short, right? Like that's my go-to insult for somebody like who's spreading genocide denial is like them being short. Like that shit's pretty fucking cringe, okay? I'm gonna stick to what I know and I'm gonna stick to the argument.
And where's my acne? What acne do I have? I don't have acne, I have pimples. Like I'm pretty sure I have a pimple on my back somewhere, but I don't see it because it's on my fucking back. But I'm sure I have one. So what? So what?
Okay. Anybody that's complaining about being called a virgin?
Think he means a razor burn when you shave? I don't fucking know what he's talking about.
Because it hurts their fifis, right? And I'm not trying to, I should have said that. Like, hurts their feelings, okay? Let me try and be more amicable. Hurts their feelings, right? Anybody who's complaining about being called a virgin is hurting their feelings. Probably shouldn't be online then.
No, it doesn't hurt my feelings when I'm called a virgin. It kind of bothers me when a chat turns against me over small shit. And basically makes it seem like they don't even want me to be there.
Making fun of other people's masculinity.
I love popping pimples. Ew. What the fuck?
Right? That's probably not something that we should be doing. Same with somebody that got like really upset that he didn't know that women have 3 holes below their waist, as to literally Wikipedia it for 1 hour and then try to act like he's vindicated in his position.
Because I was vindicated, first of all. The 2-hole theory remains correct. By the way, the vulva is a hole. As a whole, it's a hole. I literally fucking explained it. Second of all, you know what's stupid? Since when is masculinity anatomical expertise of the vagina? Who fucking cares where women pee out of? You ever notice that? What guy focuses on... The urethra is not that noticeable. It's really not that noticeable. If you think it's so noticeable, you're lying. But I knew there was a urethra, but I'm just saying it's not that noticeable. It's really not. It's really not. And I still stand by the two-hole theory. I still stand by it. It's noticeable to me. Yeah, because you have one. I'm saying as a man, you know, if you look for it, it's easy to find, obviously. But you don't really pay that much attention to it. Depends on how closely you look. Yeah, I know. If you look for it, you will notice it. 100%. But you don't pay attention to that. I've never paid attention to a woman's urethra. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you guys. I've never paid attention to that. I have never focused attention on that. Have you figured out where the clit is yet? Yes, I fucking... Before I lost my fucking virginity.
Based.
Thank you, DB.
Weird time to celebrate 2 months of subbing, but I'll take it.
Since everyone talked about, oh my god, the clit, I had to fucking look up, like, where it is. So I became a clit expert. Just so my first time, you know. And it didn't even help that much, by the way, either. The first time still sucks. And was very awkward and not good for either side. But, like, you know.
All of these things, just, you know, like, if you're going to do these things, try your best to be consistent with it, you know?
Yeah, I'm being consistent, 100% consistent. I'm calling your bluff that the reason I left was because I was called a virgin. And not because I was in a place that it seemed like the audience didn't like me, so I had no... You realize, you know, I'm skipping the gym, which I never do. You realize I'm literally not working out. And I'm staying up, losing my sleep schedule. You really know that I'm sacrificing to be on those podcasts? Do you think he wants to deplatform you? Yeah, he said it. He's literally said, I'm a Nazi, and he doesn't want Nazis like me on the platform.
Try your best, you know? Don't make arguments. Like, make the argument that, like, talk about his political opinions or what have you. Don't make fun of his physical characteristics. That's pretty cringe.
And you literally had nothing to say about my political views, except a lie that you made up. I've met some women who didn't know about the separate holes. What? That I find hard to believe. You're saying some women think... Really? Don't you feel sensation? Most women don't know. What? You know what? No, it makes sense. Because imagine if you never saw your dick. Imagine if you never saw your dick. I wouldn't know where I pee out of. If I never saw it, I wouldn't know where it comes from. You know? But I get to look at it all day. Like right now. No, I'm kidding. I swear to God, I'm kidding. I swear to God, that was a joke. It was a joke. Okay? It was a joke. Complete joke. Complete joke. Complete joke. But, you know, I get to look at it all day. And... I know, right? But I feel like women don't really see their vagina that often. Like a third of women have never had an orgasm. We aren't taught about our bodies. Yeah. There are women who don't know what it looks like down there. Vaginas are kind of seen as unclean, bad things, so it makes sense. Yeah. They taught me in high school, said there wasn't many nerves the deeper you go.
Like, just because he makes fun of my physical characteristics doesn't mean I have to make fun of his. Like,
yeah, but I didn't make fun of your physical characteristics because I have to follow the rules. But you made fun of mine in a sneak this way. Like, oh, I'm totally not going to talk about how Haas is short and how he's a virgin and whatever else you say. I'm totally not going to talk about how Haas has acne and is overweight.
I mean, it doesn't bother me. Anyway, the bespoke point is to defend Haas against the mob for their toxic masculinity. What? Wait, what? Wait, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't think it's my responsibility necessarily to defend him against, like, the mob. I think in general we shouldn't be making fun of people's physical characteristics or what have you. But it makes it really hard for me to say, hey, don't make fun of Haas based on his physical characteristics when he makes fun of other people based on their physical characteristics. I can try and compel you, but it's really fucking hard. I've talked about...
So don't. I don't care. What are you gonna make fun of? My biceps? Are you gonna make fun of this? My biceps? Is that what you're gonna make fun of? Like, what are you gonna make fun of? My giant, powerful chest? My fucking godly shoulders? What are you gonna make fun of? My fucking lats? What will you make fun of? The only thing you could say is I'm balding. Thank you, Tuna Tickler. You can only say I'm balding. That's it. And who cares? Everyone on Twitch is balding. Thank you, Tuna. They just take fucking Finn. I don't take Finn. By choice, I don't take Finn. I don't want to take Finn.
About this before. Let's say a trans person walks up to a black person and calls him the N-word. Can I make the argument that you...
Sorry. All right, let's move on.
It's upset whenever somebody makes fun of his manhood. I don't fucking know. I'm tired.
This guy just sits there and repeats the same shit for 5 years. It's like he's like repeating it like a fucking prayer, like a fucking mantra, expecting people to fucking eventually have it hammered in and believe it. I think pointing out his height, let me read one of his comments, is worth it when he says face to face you'd be scared, like he's some sort of titan. Okay, then test it. See if my height being shorter than you is going to change the intimidation factor. The fuck? Why do you want to fight him? I never said I want to fight him, you fucking liar. When did I say I want to fight him? See how sensitive they are? And what a bunch of liars they are? I mean, if he wants to box me, I'll box him. In a sports-like way. In a gym of his choosing. Sure. You're allowed to box. But I'm not the one who proposed that. What about Emma? Who's the fuck is Emma? Who the fuck is Emma? I don't know who that is. Should debate alt-righters more. It's really hard to do that on Twitch. When they're banned. Oh, MMA. MMA is more boring, dude. You know why MMA sucks? Because it's just a fucking wrestling match. It's just boring. Boxing is better than fucking MMA, dude. Easily. No, boxing's way better, dude. I'm sorry, it is. I hate when they get on the ground. But I would do MMA, but worse than boxing. But I would do MMA. Sure. We didn't even cover the Reddit. We didn't even cover the Reddit. How could you do it if you don't understand grappling? Shut up, dude. I don't give a fuck about your dumb shit.
Based on the G put off. Look how brutal this looks. Nike package, specific front headlights, the
This is what I'm saving up for, subs. Saving up subs to get this.
G63 stock ones, the indicators even tinted, and something very special is the grille. On base of the so-called Panamericana grille, Brabus gave it a lot of touches. As you see, they have added new full carbon fiber grille frame with nice little intakes on the left and right hand side, giving this a very brutal nose. And you can also see some nice red LEDs in the Brabus BS, and brutal looking car. On the side fenders, so
I don't care about the outside. The outside looks beautiful, but I gotta see the interior.
In the background, on the right hand side.
No, it's a Brabus. I think these are just G-Wagons that they customize, right? They're just G-Wagons customized. Yeah, it's just a G-Wagon. It's a reinvention of the G-Wagon. Dude, Brabus is based. They even have cars. Fuck, I'd love to have one of these. These are beautiful.
Yet again, 900 Rocket Edition badge. The diffuser is really, really impressive. I love the way this looks. Full carbon fiber finish with these nice looking sporty fins. I love this. Red details also on the side.
It's an AMG Benz tuner in Rhineland, Westphalia. Brabus.
As well, all in all, finished. Time to talk about
the interior. That's what matters.
Something way more interesting and way more impressive. Let me show you the interior.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know about this. I'm kind of. It looks dirty. Anyone else feel like it looks dirty? It looks dirty. It looks like it feels like it gets dirty easily. And I hate this gray. The gray looks so basic. No, the red is the best part. It's the gray. The gray is, yeah, this is not good. This looks cheap as hell, dude. But you know it's not. You know, like, you know,
here we are, guys.
If you sat in there, it would feel different. But from the camera, it looks cheap.
Look at this. Wow, this is impressive. Honestly, I've never seen such a crazy interior on a G-Wagon. As you see, Brabus has modified and customized the entire interior.
But I still kind of fuck with it.
I
still like it.
Nothing left on stock. Like, name one part that's stock here. Nothing, just the displays, that's it. And even these are modified, as you see, with the new dials design here, looking way more different to the stock ones. Let's just get right into it. Start with the steering wheel. As at this, the Brabus, every single part here.
Brabus. That's 300K. Yeah, nah, that's not for me. Not for me. Not at 300K. All my recommends are about cars now.
I've ever worked is logical calls, signalizing the autonomous Lux portions of the Audi Skysphere are simply breathtaking.
I don't care about fucking concept cars. I don't care.
Between the 10th and 16th of September 2021, Russia and Belarus will conduct what is called the Zapad Command and Staff Exercise.
Thoughts on M5?
Live from the world headquarters of RT America in our nation's capital, this is the news with Rick Sanchez.
What happened to Rick Sanchez, dude? Did he just take a break and he came back? Yeah, we're gonna watch the LA video tomorrow. Did you see that the KPRF is climbing the polls? Yes, I did see that. And it is quite excellent. Excellent. Just as planned. Just as planned. Do you side with Nicki Minaj or Hassan? Oh my god. I have to cover that too now, don't I? Nicki Minaj. I am Nicki Minaj. I am Nicki. Of course I side with Nicki. I don't know what they're debating about, but I side with Nicki Minaj.
Taking the...
You know he's a white nationalist, right?
How? How?
Dude, I don't see Tucker as a fucking white nationalist, okay?
Facts, that's the claim. But it's not anything to do with the physical effect of the vaccine that makes our political class mad. It's the last part of Nicki Minaj's tweet that enrages them. The part where she says you should pray on it, make the decision yourself like a free human being, and, quote, don't be bullied. So our media and public health officials didn't like this because they make their livings bullying people. So they couldn't.
You know he's a white nationalist, right? So let me show you this hilarious thing. Nicki Minaj, who is a black woman, is being condescendingly lectured by Hassan. I don't know if we call him white. Do we call him white? I don't know. But who is not black and has less to lose over white nationalism, is like a victim. White presenting, I guess. Oh my god, it's so politically correct. I like Hassan is like the protector of. He's so condescending, dude. It's just pathetic. Right, I can't speak to, agree with, or even look at someone from a particular political party. People aren't human anymore. If you're black and a Democrat tells you to shove marbles up your ass, you simply have to. If another party tell you look out for that bus, stand there and get hit. She ratioed Hassan. Hassan got ratioed. Look how fucking pathetic Vosh is. Keep digging. 5K likes. Pathetic. Vosh is the authority on black liberation. Not Nicki Minaj, a black woman. Vosh, a white man. Right?
Where the government
Change stream title. See, the thing is, I'm doing more than that right now. I'm doing much, much more. I'm going to the gym again. Oh my god. Bye, guys. Going to the gym. You going on Ahrelevants Discord later? Yeah, maybe. I'll let you know. Bye bye. If I'm still awake, yeah.